Shit's important.
Welcome, everyone. It is the appointed hour. It's Tuesday, December 9th, 6 p.m. And noted that all my council's here. I appreciate that. The first two items on the agenda are a prayer and a pledge. I'm going to ask Chaplain Sonia Buncombe, who is the wife of one of our own retired Mount Pleasant Police Department, Danny Buncombe, to lead us in a prayer. And then Mr. Glasson, if you would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, creator and maker of heaven and earth, to the only true, wise, and living God, we come to say thank you. Father, we thank you for the opening of this council meeting. We thank you for the mayors and everyone, the mayor and everyone in their respective places. We pray now that your love would super rule in our lives, that we would be able to do what you've called us to do. We pray for peace. We pray for the passion to facilitate where you have given us the authority to position ourselves according to the work that has been assigned to our hands. We pray for almighty blessings to be upon each and every one of us, and know that all power is in your hands. And we release each and every one of us into your hands, that Father, you would have your way in the midst of us now. I thank you for blessing each and every one of us in our prospective places. I thank you for those that serve the community, our law enforcement, and all that they do. I thank you that you return them home, and it return each of us home into our families, and that we would be blessed beyond measure. This is thy servant prayer. We all pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
All face the flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for those kind words. I would remind everyone tonight we have a very full agenda with lots of presentations, and they're very important presentations. And in the spirit of the holiday, I would remind everyone to please remain civil and kind in this holiday season. So, Mr. Paglarini, are we in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, sir. We're in compliance.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes have it. The first thing on the list is public hearings. We have one from Charleston County Community Services Department, Urban Entitlement Program. I'm just going to ask Jonna to come right on up. John Murray? Oh, there you go. If you'll introduce yourself, and we'll get right into the presentation.
Good evening, my name is Jonna Murray. I'm the Community Development Director for the County of Charleston, and I'm here to address the council and the public about our urban entitlement program for the county. This pot of money comes down from HUD, directly from the federal government, and we in Charleston County get it. And it's primarily and only for low to moderate income individuals. For example, one is a household is considered low to moderate income in their household of four, and they make under $49,000 a year. So that's where this money is funneled. This money goes all the way, we cover the whole county from Onondaga, McClellanville, all the way down to Lincolnville, Sullivan's Island, Isle of Palms, Ravenel, Lincolnville, et cetera, and so on. So what we do this time of year is we come out to all of the different town and city councils. We tell you that the opportunity is about to come up again, where we're going to release the application for towns, cities, and experienced nonprofits with managing grant funds, federal grant funds, to please feel free to come forward and submit a grant application for these funds. Currently, the top two priorities in the county, as so said by the public and by surveying the public, are substandard housing, the rehabilitation thereof, the need for creation of affordable housing, and thirdly, infrastructure, to include sidewalks, but primarily sanitary, septic, and sewer systems, and upgrades to wells and septic systems. This is the end of our 5-year strategic plan. So you're gonna see me back next spring, because as we move into getting our next 5-year strategic plan together, those 5 priorities could change greatly. And what that means to your community and to all the other communities is these dollars are funneled where the community tells us to funnel them. So for instance, if demolition and clearance ranks number 1 by what the community says, that's where that money's gonna go for the next 5 years. And so having said that, it will be very important that we get the voices of all of those in Mount Pleasant, that we hear from council members, that I can attend as many Rotary groups and churches and nonprofit organizations to really ensure that we get the voice of Mount Pleasant represented as far as what your community needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonna. Is there any questions for Ms. Murray?
I have a question.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Murray, what is the deadline for filing?
For filing a grant application?
Yes, ma'am.
The grant applications will be released early January and they are due mid-February.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? I believe I have someone sign up to speak, and then I'll take your comments.
George Freeman.
Good evening, George Freeman, 1450 Bowman Road. In 2006, there was a task force formed with the town, the citizens in the Sweetgrass Basket Overlook area, and Charleston County. And one of the things that was identified when that task force was put together was a need for a community center in that area. And since you're talking about the HUD project right now, I just wanted to bring it to the council's attention that there is an organization working to try to bring about that community center in the area. So if there's a possibility for us working with you to get some of this money to help us build that community center, I'm here tonight to make you aware that there's an organization called CAGE, and you can contact me to get in touch with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
I believe we have a question from the audience, Ms. Tankersley. Do you have a question?
Why it wasn't earlier.
Can everyone hear us? The back row's hearing us pretty well.
Test 1,
so-
2. Testing 1, 2. You guys in the back row hear us? Put your hands up. Hands are up.
What about the front row, though? Seriously.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murray. I appreciate you attending this evening. The next item on our agenda is a presentation from the Charleston Regional Development Alliance, and that's Mr. Mitchell Bohannon. Mitchell, you're up.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, I want to thank you, Mayor Page, council members. Is this working?
Well, be honest.
Is that working? I think any of y'all are working. I'll try to talk loud. How about that?
Okay.
Okay. First of all, I want to start by thanking you, Mayor Page, and council members for the opportunity to be here on behalf of the Charleston Regional Development Alliance. I am Mitchell Bohannon. I'm joined by actually 3 board members. First, Mayor Page is a member of our board, along with Frank Willard and Bobby Creech, and we have 2 staff members, Tara Spicer and Steve Warner, who are also here. Part of this is to inform you, and part of it is just to thank you so much for your support for the Alliance, and let you know that as I go through this, if you have questions, you got a long agenda, but if something pops up you want to ask me, feel free to ask me. I'd be glad to be interrupted. I want to answer any questions you may have, as well as give you an update. For those of you who don't know, the Development Alliance, CRDA, was actually created about 20 years ago when Navy base closed, because we were in dire straits in this community. We needed to create jobs, and so kind of a unique thing. It was created at that time, Great Inside, to create a public-private partnership to go out and recruit industries for our community. And I can tell you that that public-private partnership has been hugely successful. It's been hugely successful because it has been a public-private partnership that has worked as a team recruiting industry to our entire Brewer County region. And since the creation in 1995, the Alliance has been a part of about 250 announcements of industry creation in the community. Over 28,000 jobs, and about $7.5 billion in capital investment in our Tri-County community. To measure that, for every dollar that's been invested in CRDA, part of that team, there's been a return on investment of about $300. So for every dollar invested in CRDA, as part of the team, they've returned about $300 in capital investment in our community. Again, because of this wonderful public-private partnership. And as a team, this partnership has built really a world-class organization, and it's recognized around the country as well as the world. Part of what we do at the CRDA is really to market the community, and as that, very strategically have done advertisement placing and media placements. It's really hard to get a good number on that, but we've estimated in the last 5 years we have about $6 million worth of ad space in national magazines like The Economist and others, as well as about $30 million in editorial comment from Wall Street Journal, places around, letting people around our community, our region, the United States, and the world know about the Charleston region. We think we've been very, very effective. And I can't tell you how important this public-private partnership has been, and in fact, it's been so successful here that other communities have held this up as a model of how to do public-private development, community development, economic development is what it's called in the trade. And what I hope that the town, as long as the other municipalities and counties and continue private business continue to be a partner and funder and investor in the alliance. You know, the alliance exists solely to recruit industry and to bring jobs to our entire region. One important thing for you to understand is when something comes in our region, we all win. You may not realize it, but if somebody locates in St. George, that's a win for Mount Pleasant. It's a win for Mount Pleasant if jobs get created for them. They get created throughout our entire retail. So when something locates in our region, it's a win for all of us. We firmly believe that a rising tide floats all boats. And that partnership is important that we do everything we can to get those jobs in this community. And we need to be united in that for a couple of reasons. One is a huge portion of economic development that happens in the world today is done by site selection. So people who represent companies doing site selection. Reaching those people and reaching CEOs in our United States as well across the world, they understand and know the Charleston region. Everybody don't know where Moncks Corner is. They don't know where Mount Pleasant is. If I tell people where Mount Pleasant, where I grew up, they think it's a crossroads like Sandy community, it's just a little crossroads. So people don't know what individual communities are, but they know what Charleston is. And we market the Charleston region because it's important that we have a good brand and know what it is. And people know, I mean, many of you travel, if you travel the road, people ask you where you're from, tell them from Charleston, and finally get around and tell them really you're from Mount Pleasant, which is community Charleston. So it's important we do that. The Alliance partners with other organizations, the Chamber, Dig South, or Entrepreneur Center, in order to be able to team with those that are appropriate in order to understand the economics of our community and to be able to bring jobs to our community. Now, I know you've read a lot in the paper over the last few months about a little bit of issues been going on in the line. And I'd say it's largely been miscommunication. So to solve that, a few months ago, a group got together, CRDA executive committee members, facilitated by the Department of Commerce, and they came up with really a working paper, a working goal, working plan. And the goal was to create a unified regional economic development with improved communications. It's really, the root of the matter was communications. Revolved around governance. Some of the issues were our current governance is a board of directors of about 60 people, all investors. It's comprised of municipalities, county governments, and private industry across the 5 major municipalities and private industry across the country, across our region. The executive committee is smaller, which really oversees the work primarily of CRDA, much like the committees do, and even this Senate doing. Committees do a lot of the work, and that's where a lot of the work that the Alliance has done is the executive committee. It was 11 members. As part of this compromise, we've agreed to expand it from 11 to 15 members, which would include 1 additional member from each of the counties. Counties now have 3. The county council chair and supervisor for 3 counties. Expand that to include 1 more member from the county, which would be more than likely a county administrator for each one of the counties, as well as a rotating member from the 5 primary municipalities who are represented on the board, one being Mayor Page, Mayor Riley, Mayor Sumney, Mayor Collins, Mayor Heitzer, 5 mayors. And that's been, the whole board has endorsed that. The other thing we did was kind of better define responsibilities. Sometimes you get a little creep, and so we find it a little bit better The county is going to continue to ask the Alliance for support on some competitive expansion, but primarily the Alliance is going to be responsible for recruiting industry outside of our area, new placements in the community, which is what it's done in the past. And existing industry is going to be primarily the purview of the county. Make sure we're not duplicating responsibility, we're spending our money very wisely. We hope this new executive committee format will improve communication, because we really think that's been what the main issue was. And my purpose of being here is to kind of give you that snapshot, if you will, of what's going on and where we are. I can tell you that I'm very happy to report that Berkeley County has endorsed this change in governance. Dorchester County has endorsed it, and Charleston County earlier today, this afternoon, the committee unanimously voted to accept this new governance model. So hopefully everything's going along well, and we're now back on track, and we can concentrate our efforts on getting more industry and better paying jobs in this community, which we've been doing for the past 20 years. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Here as well can answer any questions you might have. And I tried to give you a fire drink of a whole lot of information.
Well, thank you, Mitchell. It's certainly been interesting being involved with the CRDA. We've been very impressed with the projects that you have landed over the course of your time in the community, and I think we're going to move forward past this. I have no questions. Does anyone of council have any questions, Mr. Lynn? Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for your support, and we hope you continue to support us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, man.
And now my friend Susanna Smith-Miles is up. She is here with her new map, Plantations of Christchurch, Paris. Miss Susanna, the podium is all yours.
Thank you. I think I will just stand here. Shall I unveil? Can we unveil?
We have to follow Martine's lead.
All right, we follow Martine's lead. I don't know if you all know me. You may have, if you read the Moultrie News or Charleston Magazine, I'm Susanna Smith-Miles, and I'm a writer and historian. And one of the most fantastic things about where we live, this is the feel-good part of this meeting, by the way. This is when we feel good about where we are. We are living in a really, really special place when it comes to history. One thing to write about it, but to be able to visually produce it was what I did this summer. And it was not an easy job, I have to tell you that. There are over 60 plantations that made up what is now Mount Pleasant or the East Cooper area, what was originally Christchurch Parish. And I'm trying to capture them in this map that you all mentioned that you see. And also there's a little book that goes along with it. But the whole point is that we're living on really, really historic land. It's not just Sneak Farm or Boone Hall or the ones that we know. Where we are, as we're sitting right now, was plantation land. It was called the Hermitage. We're on the north part of the Hermitage. Anyway, it's a super place to live, and you all, please protect it as all of you all make decisions about how we're going to be doing this in the future. We need to remember that this is perhaps some of the most historic place in the entire Low Country. Thank you. Can we unveil?
On the count of three, we'll let Miss Susan, we'll let her count. Three. Yay!
Randy, did you get pictures?
Are we pictured? I think we're pictured. She wants to get one more picture.
Here, I'm gonna do the script I never looked at.
You did well without the script, it was fun. Thank you, Susanna.
Thank
It's
you.
wonderful.
Y'all enjoy it. Hang it in a good spot. Thanks. Thanks.
Y'all stay, but we're moving right along.
Mayor Page, council members, ladies and gentlemen, Russ Seaman, who is the chairman of our Cultural Arts and Pride Commission, along with other members of the CAP, is here to lead us in the Civic Pride Award. Can you come forward?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to recognize Ashley Richardson, She keeps us on track and working hard. She's here. Members on the Civic Art and Pride Commission. We have Susan Sloat, Charles Williams, and Minnie Mayberry here. If y'all
Let's
feel-
have them come up.
Please,
Come
raise
on.
your hand.
Come on, these guys.
Come on, Susan.
Mayberry, Susan?
Charles Williams.
Come on.
Come on up, Minnie.
So each year, the commission is tasked with annually recognizing a business in the area that goes above and beyond in their beautification efforts. This year, we've chosen to recognize the East Cooper Medical Center, who is represented by CEO Jason Alexander. The grounds there are beautiful and wonderfully maintained and instill a sense of pride, community pride, within all who visit them. We're grateful for your commitment to the community and your beautification and landscaping and maintenance. If you could please come forward, Jason.
Take several pictures. Big smile from everyone. Smile again. More. One more. Thank you.
Nice job.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Charles, Susan, thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Mayor Page, council members, ladies and gentlemen, we have members here from the Charleston County Park and Recreation Commission. If you come forward, I see Chairman Cook, Director O'Rourke. Coach. Come forward, please. We have asked them to come visit us tonight. They have received quite an honor, and as just like we do here at the town of Mount Pleasant, we try to evaluate ourselves based on national accreditation. And we're pleased to report that Charleston County PRC has indeed completed national accreditation. And that means that they are operating at the highest standard. And so we know the services they provide to our community and the people in our community. And so we ask them to come by tonight and honor them for this distinguished award.
Nice.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and we don't get this award alone, especially standing in this chambers. We work with 11 different jurisdictions. We almost everything we do in the town of Mount Pleasant, we do with you. We don't do it on our own. From the pier to the Palmetto Islands, the help we get there, and the exciting things that are coming down the pipe. You know, you just took action less than 60 days ago to allow us to get the citizens into the back of Laurel Hill, so they don't have to wait anymore. That's going great, and we're excited about Rifle Range Road property when that comes around. We've had a lot of good discussions so far. So we like working with everybody. It's great to be here doing it. Benji Cook is our chair, Matisse LeCue is our vice chair, and we look forward to continuing with this. But thank you very much for honoring us.
No, we're not done. No, ma'am. Oh. Hang on, I had it come out of the
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ken Glasson. I'm one of the council members here. An interesting story. In a minute, I'm going to call up some of the Gregory family to continue on to get some real history. But an interesting story that when I was over visiting Shay Gregory in Oakland Plantation, welcome. If you've not been to where his office, which I'm sure you just love the whole town to come show up there, Shay. But when he started to detail the history, and we were just having a little meeting and started talking about, it's like walking into a historic museum with Civil War dollar bills framed up on the walls and just stories of history that as you look out onto the grounds with, 100-year-old oaks side by side, it's a place that you you just don't see around the country very much. And so as we got into a story, he made comment of an ancestor of his that was what they called back then the intendant, one of the first mayors of the town of Mount Pleasant. And I'm gonna call up Ferdinand Gregory to give some more details on that, but as you're reading up here, one of the notes that stick out, in the Oakland Plantation where the residence is, just an interesting story about, if I get it incorrect, let me know, Shay, but as the Civil War changed over and the Yankee troops came back through and took over portions of the area, at the end of the war, some of the wife of the Yankee colonel was coming through and actually physically burning some of the houses down. And the house that remains in Mount Pleasant at Oakland was one of the few homes, if not the last surviving home in Mount Pleasant of the larger plantations that the inhabitants, which at that point his great-grandfather was off still fighting in the war, had come in, and the slaves had moved into the house, and it was because of their effort that actually saved the house from being burned. It fascinated me that our town has such rich history that's still alive today. So with that, Ferdinand, I'm going to ask you if you'll come up and say a few words. And he's got a much better story than I do.
Oh, it's
a little bit more history.
not very detailed, but it's very brief. I'm Ferdinand Gregory, fifth of the name. The fellow you just saw up there was Ferdinand Gregory, first of the name. Mayor, Town Council, thank you for having us. My family and I are pleased to present to the town a picture of Ferdinand Gregory. He was the grandson of James Gregory, who immigrated to the United States from Scotland in the mid-1700s. He was born in 1819 on Sullivan's Island. During his adult life, he spent part of each year in the village and part on his nearby plantation. He served as intendant or mayor of Mount Pleasant for 3 terms, 1856 to 57, 1863 to 65, and 1876. Perhaps the most notable event during his service as intendant was in 1865. He was one of the committee of gentlemen who surrendered the town to Union troops after the evacuation of Charleston. He was a talented man, a planter, inventor, a builder, and a musician. For many years, he was the organist of St. Andrew's Chapel. He died in 1880 and is buried in Benning Cemetery in what had been his Myrtle Grove plantation. That's it.
Graciously donated this portrait that Shay found in his home and had it redone for the town. And it's not, and I was understanding it's the second mayor that was in the history of Mount Pleasant. And our goal is to take this as an example and continue on as we expand into our new facility to having a listing of every single mayor that's ever served. So it's fascinating that we would have this history, and we really appreciate you bringing it here. Thank you. Sure.
You want to get the rest of your family in here?
Come on, Shay, you know
They
you
asked that they not come up.
Come up. If they don't want to.
So you do the honor.
Wait a minute, she's coming.
Come on.
It's my Aunt Sarah Miller.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Here's Sarah. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys very much.
Mr. Garch, would you help us recognize someone who likes to get off?
Are they here?
Yeah.
Looking right, I just see any tall young ladies.
Oh, here they're outside.
Coach Glover, come up here with me. You.
at me when I said I didn't see any tall young ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, my members of council, it's, as you know, especially the fellow members of council, I can never get tired of this, being a former Wando Warrior, to congratulate our Wando Warriors and as they excel in sports programs and of course many other of our programs. But before I get to that, standing next to this lady right here, Coach Alexis Glover of the Wando Volleyball Warriors team. Coach, how many years have you been coaching now?
34.
34 years. I understand those 34 years, you have 838 wins. Is that the most wins of any coach in the state of South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
She didn't like that, but I got her because she had my daughter for 4 years playing volleyball when she just left 2 years ago, because I know it's all about these young ladies, but I did want to take a minute. So Coach Glover, thank you for everything you do. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the region champs, 10-0, 2014, the Wando Warriors. Please clap. The 2014 Lower State champions. Please clap. Went undefeated in all the playoff games. They have 5 young ladies that have a scholarship to go on to play volleyball in college. And they have a 56-6 record in 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to the 2014 Wando High School Volleyball State Champions. Coach, if you want to come here real quick and give all the ladies' names, that'd be awesome. Starting with that lady that looks like you.
All right, first of all, this is my assistant coach, Georgia Darby. Next to her is, you can just hold the applause today. Next to her is Daly Gosnell. She is a senior and she just signed to go with Presbyterian College to play volleyball. Next to her is Megan Morris. She's also a senior and she is signed to go to Carson Newman University to play volleyball. Next to her is Maggie Marsh. She just signed to go with Newberry. She's a senior to play volleyball. Next to her is Samantha DeYoung, who is a senior also, who will go to Newberry. And then we have Elisa Aldridge, who will go to Florida Gulf Coast, who is a senior. And then our underclassmen are Sydney DeYoung, Mary Frances Stuckey, Megan Kimbrell, Katie Jacks, Lexi Hellberg, Keegan Andrews, Liz, and Karen Majewski. Liz Poppins. I didn't say her last name.
Liz Poppins. I tell you, you probably figured out that those 2 coaches are sisters. And you also figure out when they're talking Greek to each other, the players don't know what they're saying, you could be in trouble. But just a wonderful, wonderful accolade. And the one thing that I wanted to add to that, I believe this state championship is the 6th state championship for the Wando Warriors in volleyball. So congratulations, ladies, to all of you. It's so nice to see you without your ponytails.
Are you going to run the video right now? I'm sorry? You want to read that thing?
I have it.
This one? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I love December, because then you get to list out the accolades of these wonderful kids and families. We have one more to do, and if the band director and the students, are they here? No, I thought you were further back. Come on up so as we play the video, we can let you feel a little embarrassed. Over a period of 3 days in November, the Wando Marching Band completed in Indianapolis with 93 other bands from around the United States the annual Bands America Grand National Championships, held in Lucas Oil Stadium, where the Indianapolis Colts play. Following Friday night's preliminary performance of their show of Things Unseen, Wanda moved to the semifinals with 31 other marching bands from 11 states. And there's a video that will show a little bit of what they did and talk a little bit.
However, one of the things that the Wando students are accustomed to is performance. And they know when to bring the A game, and so they do a great job. But it is always kind of overwhelming the first time you walk in with a new group to Grand Nationals and just see everything. The kindness of everybody makes all of that okay, and the warm welcome of the crowd is certainly overwhelming the overwhelming nature of things. Exposure to this many people, and to be able to put what you have given hard work, blood, sweat, and tears to on a national stage, whether you're in prelims, semifinals, or finals, is an incredible opportunity that gives merit to all of the great things that every director and every student does. But you gotta come and see this. Best place in the show.
their son plays in the band I was sitting next to. Didn't think much of their conversation during the whole first quarter and the second quarter, despite the intensity of the game. But then as the halftime rolled around, they took it upon themselves with about 200 other people and migrated towards the field as everyone else went to grab a burger or a dog. It's halftime. You take the time off. The enthusiasm of the parents, and I had not dealt with this before, they were just my neighbors, and they were taking photographs and everything of the hard work that goes into as the halftime, which they called the show, came to a conclusion. They all got in their car and they went home. And I'm like, and not taking away from the athletics, but they didn't even watch the game. The intensity of support. And then they proceeded to tell me all the things that went on. So where are the kids? And I was wondering why, in this case, it was Ethan Delfino, why he wasn't hanging around my son. Well, while my son and the other kids were out enjoying their summer and taking time to the beach, they were practicing in the dead of summer. 13, 12-hour days are very common. But we were taking the day off on a weekend, they were also going out and practicing. Now, the band directors restricted me from saying exactly how much. However, but that type of commitment, when I sat with them and then I found out about their recognition nationally, it just a handshake and an ad in the paper just didn't cut it. What you've done and the competition that you have gone up against nationally, you make our town extremely proud. And you should feel honored, because I'm honored to be here, honored to have such quality children working, and as a leader, I mean, just my tongue is tied and my hair standing on end. What you accomplished can't be underscored. It's an amazing job. And I know you want to say a few words. Thank you.
My dad was a Baptist minister, and he said, the hotter it is, the faster you better speak. And so I want to, first of all, just thank all of you for providing this. I just moved here 4 months ago from Chicago. What I think is interesting, and I think that's important, I know you're like, that's all right, many different reactions, but I would tell you this. I knew about Mount Pleasant in 2007 when Wando Band represented your great town in Chicago at the Midwest Band and Orchestra Clinic. And then I saw them again twice in 2009 and 2011, where I found firmly what Mount Pleasant is all about. And it's about great people doing great things. So I wanted to make sure that we say thank you to the town, and we hope that we can continue to grow with you and bring more people to see the town of Mount Pleasant, not just in South Carolina, not just in the South, but all across the country. There were 34 different states represented by the 92 bands that were there, and you couldn't see up through the Colts Stadium where we were performing, but there were 26,000 people there, and another 10,000 or so that were online watching the live feed from the performance. So the town of Mount Pleasant is getting some great airtime, and we're honored to be your representative. As we do this, I want to introduce, actually you probably recognize the first girl right here. This is Monica Wall, and she was our Joan character that you saw right there. When you see that, you see this great, you almost see perfect adult dancer, and then I see Monica, and just this great student that does many great things. Beside her is one of our drum majors, Katie Powell, a clarinetist with us. Beside her is Heather Kimbrell, another flute player for us. And then on the end, there's Kyle Collins, a trumpet player with us. All four of them are seniors. And so if you know of any 8th graders that are looking to come to Wando and do something great, please encourage them to look at the band program. Thank you for letting us be here, and thank you for honoring us with this.
The first question I posed was, there's hundreds of children in this band. Where are they, and where are they tonight? Practice.
Yeah, we have a holiday concert Thursday night at 7 o'clock in the Fine and Performing Arts Center at Wando High School. We'd love to have you come out and be with us. 7 o'clock. Thank
Mayor, council members, Christiane Farrell is here to recognize one of our finest employees for 25 years of service.
And actually, if I could call up Mr. Cave, and if Martha would like to come with him or not. She doesn't want to. But Mayor and Town Council, it is my honor to recognize Lee Cave. tonight for 25 years of service with the town. Lee began working here in 1989, 2 months after Hurricane Hugo, as an inspector, so he got thrown right into the mix from the beginning. It was just a few years later that he actually became the building official when Mr. McManus left and retired, who many of y'all would still remember. And Lee Cave took over as the building official at that time. Lee is a certified building official. He's a certified floodplain manager. He's a master code professional with the International Code Council. These are not easy certifications to earn, and there are very few people that carry all of these. These are, of course, hard-earned certifications, but really what makes Lee the excellent employee that he is would be his experience, his institutional knowledge, his strong values and ethics, and his leadership. Under Lee's leadership, the town continues to improve its community ratings with FEMA, which represents substantial savings to the town of Mount Pleasant. Last year, the town was the first municipality in the state of South Carolina to be accredited with the International Accreditation Services, and just last week we passed our first year review with flying colors. The IAS was so impressed with Lee and with his leadership and his management of the building division, they've actually asked him to come with them and participate on accreditation teams as other municipalities and counties look to become accredited as well. He is highly respected among his peers, community members, and individuals he works with daily. I was speaking with one of the guys, and there are a bunch of them here tonight, from the building division earlier, and his comment was, he's just a great guy to work for. And I think that's demonstrated by, y'all can wave your hands, there's a bunch of them out there, almost the whole division. I know all these guys feel the same way about Lee, and I know how much they respect him because I get to see it in the office every single day, and I know that I feel the same way. When there's something to be handled, Lee's on it. When we're overloaded with plan reviews, Lee's here on the weekends doing work and getting through those plans. He's a dedicated and loyal employee and is an absolute asset to the town of Mount Pleasant. There's a final comment. With building services, we want to give good service, good customer service, and have efficiency. Over the past couple of years, Lee has implemented a number of changes with how we process and review applications and conduct inspections, and this has further improved our service. But the number one job of building services is public safety. This is the department that reviews the buildings that we sleep in, that we go and shop in, that we eat in. Because of his values and his leadership, I am especially glad, and I know that I speak for many, that Lee Cave is here at the town, and he is the one in charge of this. And on behalf of the town, Lee, thank you for everything that you do every day.
We're working you too hard, you're getting a little skinny there.
Working too hard. Working weekends, Mary.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Such great things going on in the town of Mount Pleasant. What pleasure it is to give those awards and recognize those fine citizens. Item number 6 on the agenda tonight is approval of the minutes from the November 11th, 2014. Second. I have a motion and a second for the minutes. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Number 7, correspondence and public statements.
We have 4 signed up to speak, Mayor. Glenn Cowden.
You've heard me before, and I want to get you done, so let me give you an early Christmas present. Can I delegate my 2 minutes to Ms. Tanksley over here?
Well, hang on just one second. We need your name and address, and for
I was
procedural,
going to do that. Glenn Cowden, 737 Bluefield Drive.
and for procedural clarification, can we give minutes? Okay, that's fine. Then it's my decision. We will let you give your minutes to Ms. Tankersley.
Ms. Tankersley, whenever you're ready.
Yes, ma'am?
Fourth, well, let me, okay. Leah Cloyd. Okay, thank you, Ms. Cloyd. William Hamilton.
You know the routine, William. Name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address this fine body.
This evening, or this Saturday, our community will hold the first jingle bus that's been held in our area. What it will be next, what we've done is we're going to take our little bus that we love that runs down, is the next thing working? We're going to take our little bus that runs through our town, the Coleman Boulevard part of our town, and the Ravenel Gateway every day, and we're going to replace it with a big bus. We're going to make that bus free. Next. We're going to fill it full of music from Jesse and Friends Music and some of the fine young musicians you saw in here earlier this evening. Next. If your darling hasn't signed up to play, contact Jesse and Friends and they can play on a bus. You won't know how they sound at 60 miles an hour on the Ravenel Bridge until you do. Next. We have over 100 prizes to give away, including 2 jars of monkey butt powder from Royal Hardware. If you need it, we will discreetly award it to you. Next. Also 30 orders of banana pudding from Page's Okra Grills, 35 desserts from Burton's Grill, 2 spa treatments from Stock Spa. We have over 50 merchants involved in the effort in one way or another, all up and down Coleman Boulevard, many of them doing their own events on Saturday. Saturday is a great day to come to Coleman Boulevard, both for the big crafts and arts festival at Moultrie and all the other activities. Next. Our mayor will be selecting the grand prize for the merchant that gets the most people to ride the bus. So when you take your pass, the merchant stamps it. We'll be counting those up and we'll have a leaderboard. We'll tweet out the results. Next. We have there are lots of wonderful places to park your car for the day and enjoy Mount Pleasant without having to get back in your car. Next. Marty Bertelli handing out passes, just like the ones you need, and most of you have this evening on the Isle Palms. Next. And we have some wonderful news. In 2007, we had 9,704 people that rode the bus in Mount Pleasant. Next. Last month, we set a new record, 25,783. We are the fastest growing part of the CARTA system. 3 years ago, when the mayor woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning and told me we were going to lose our bus routes if we didn't do something, we made a deal with North Charleston. Let us keep our buses, and if we meet certain standards, that we can keep our buses. North Charleston agreed to that because they thought we couldn't do it and they'd get our buses.
Thank you, William.
They were wrong. Thank you.
Ms. Tankersley?
Testing. Give you the.
Excuse me. My name is Anita Tankersley. I live at 1297 Waterfront Drive in Mount Pleasant. I was here last month and was called time on. I said I'd come back. So I don't know if y'all remember where I was. I don't really remember where I was in my talk. But anyway, I was illustrating the similarities between people being elected to a position and someone going and applying for a job. Whether it's a simple little job in a small business or a big corporation or conglomerate. Or if they're applying or running for a position in a small town like Mount Pleasant, or like Mount Pleasant used to be a small town, it's a city now, or if it's a big city. There's parallels and similarities in all of it. And when you apply for a job, you submit a resume, you have an interview, you make promises of what you will do if you get the job or the position. Same thing if you're elected to a public service position. You make promises to the people. You are interviewed on TV, radio, you post signs, you talk with individuals and everything. But all in all, you promise to do the best you can for the people that are going to elect you. And the people vote and make their selections by the ones that they think are best suited for the job. And that's where I want to draw a parallel again. All of you up here applied for the job to care for Mount Pleasant, to take care of it in a responsible, reasonable manner. And I think that you can probably agree to some level things are not being done in a reasonable manner. The development is just runaway overgoing. And I'm just asking, if you had to make the decision based on being in charge, like the people are that put you in your position, would you let yourself stay in your position, or would you give yourself a pink slip? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Ms. Tankersley. You didn't even need all 4 minutes.
I didn't use, you want me to do some
No,
more?
ma'am, you're Moving right into planning, item number 8 on the agenda. Ms. Farrell, if you will come up and lead us. We have lots of new business. First is a request from a property owner on Long Point Road in Bell Point for a waiver for a 1-year period to reapply for zoning.
Yes, ma'am. You all received a letter from Mr. Randy Cooper, who is requesting a waiver from the 1-year waiting period to reapply for a rezoning. This is the property that's more commonly known as Van Smith. Mr. Cooper submitted that to you and has presented to you not only what the previous application was, but generally what he intends to pursue this time. So at this point in time, what he's asking for is your consideration of the waiver.
Move to approve the waiver.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. Any questions, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes carry. Item number 2 is an ordinance providing for the annexation of a 1.36 acre parcel of land on Johnny Dodds Frontage Road near Queensboro Shopping Center.
Yes, this property is shown on the map. It is on Johnny Dodds Boulevard. It's just under 1.5 acres and has been recommended for approval for annexation.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes carry.
First reading, ordinance number 14085, an ordinance providing for the annexation of approximately 1.36 acre parcel of land located on the Johnny Dodds Boulevard frontage road near the Queensboro Shopping Center, identified by TMS number 535-0000021.
I believe that item number 3 is also about this same piece of property. This is a request to be zoned and also be removed from the urban corridor.
Yes, the request submitted by the applicant is for area-wide business zoning, which is appropriate for the underlying zoning district. For this property, the owner also requested specifically to be excluded from the urban corridor overlay district. Just as a matter of information, because this did become part of the discussion with both the Planning Commission and the Planning Committee, the urban corridor is the land use recommendation for the property. So when the planning commission reviewed it, they voted to approve the AB zoning and also to include the property in the urban corridor by a vote of 5-3. The planning committee voted to approve the AB zoning and that the corridor by a vote to 3-1. So the ordinance that is presented to you this evening is based off of those recommendations for AB zoning and inclusion in the overlay.
Motion to approve. Second.
I have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I'm sorry, who was the name?
First reading ordinance number 14086, an ordinance to zone AB, area-wide business district, the UCOD Urban Corridor Overlay District, an approximately 1.36 acre parcel of land located on the Johnny Dodds Boulevard frontage road near the Queensboro Shopping Center, identified by TMS number 53500000021.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Item number 4 is the first reading of another annexation. It's 13.3 acres of land. And I believe it's near Old Georgetown Road.
It is. This is near Old Georgetown Road. You can see it on the map. It abuts the Lennon Place development, which is in unincorporated Charleston County here. This is the current Old Georgetown development, which is being developed currently in the town of Mount Pleasant. And so the proposal is to annex this piece here to add it to this development. And that's part of the next request. The annexation committee has recommended approval.
First reading.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second for annexation on this 13.3 acre parcel. I have someone signed up to speak.
George Freeman.
Good evening again. George Freeman, 1450 Bowman Road. I'm here this evening to give you some information to help you in your decision-making process with respect to not this project, but with respect to a project that occurred back in 2009. The project next to it, the citizens in the community around that project, along with the county, worked with the developer, and one of the things that the developer agreed to do was to provide that ingress at that location. I have here the highlighted section of the plan development that showed where this is what was agreed upon by the developer. I also have the preliminary plat that I'll give you tonight that shows the delineation of the right-of-way with respect that would be there so that when this property that's before you tonight was developed, that it would connect to that project. Now, we all know we have a traffic problem in Mount Pleasant, and connecting communities might not be the one solution to the problem, but it is a solution to helping with the traffic problem in Mount Pleasant. And this is one of the things that was brought about in our comprehensive plan that was never implemented. But if we were to connect more of these communities, it would allow a situation where in the future, this property, the community, if traffic got heavy on Hamlin Road with the beginning of the new schools, they would have another way to get out of this property other than on Hamlin Road. And this connection is what we were working for when we worked with the county, so that when this did happen, that this development would have another way out of it. I have a short drawing on that was presented in the development for the project before you tonight, where there's a possibility of a connection to Hungry Neck.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Mayor Payne?
That's my last thing.
I have a question for Mr. Freeman.
Absolutely, Mr. Garch.
Mr. Freeman, I'm all for interconnectivity as well. We and I've talked about it for many a year. This neighborhood that you're pointing to, Lennon Road, that's just developed in the county.
Yes.
Do you have a clear understanding on what the exact language is as far as what that is? That easement opening, is it wide enough to have a?
It's a 50-foot right-of-way.
Okay, do you know for sure that that neighborhood understands that that's going to happen and they can't stop that?
I don't know if the community knows about it, but like I said, we worked with the developer when the developer was requesting this to be done in the county, and that was one of the requirements for getting it approved.
All right, so
what we don't know, and I understand you wouldn't know because I don't know, because that's done in the county.
Right.
One thing, when a developer has reached agreement with your task force, the group, or with county council, we don't know what's changed hands between that developer now and now that neighborhood's taking that over. So I guess we'd have to research that is what I'm getting at, because we just don't know.
Well, the developer last year created an easement that said something and had put some lines in there saying that the homeowners association would have to give approval. But that was part of the agreement back in 2009.
I saw something to that effect too. The problem that I'm having is it's gonna be predicated now on the approval of this, for that having an access point, and we don't know if that can happen. And that right there starts to create a challenge for us.
Well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but my thing is to give you the information that that was the purpose behind this in the first place, and like most communities that have developed by developers in the area, they agree to this, and then when the homeowners build in, they don't tell them in advance, and then when they move in, then there's a big fight saying they don't want the connection.
I guess my last comment, and I hear you, I would like to see it happen, but, Mr. Paglioni, I would defer to you. I couldn't be comfortable placing condition approval of a motion on something where we don't understand what we have on our hands here. And I kind of see that in the language that's coming up to us. So I just put that out there before we get to a point where we're gonna vote. Thank you.
If I can say one last thing, is one of the points is that if you don't do it, is that if this community has a problem in the future, they will have the opportunity to alleviate the problem if it becomes a problem in the future.
To that, my fellow council members, I just put it out there that if we're gonna move in that direction, obviously we will need to find out if we can do that or not. I think we need to be careful about the language we put in the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Garch. Mr. Santos.
Yeah, I agree with Paul. Developers make the promise, but then when they build it out and the homeowners association takes it over, apparently you have homes in there, and if I heard George correctly, if there's a situation on Hamlin Road, all of those cars are gonna pour through that neighborhood to get out of there. I'm not quite sure, if I lived in that neighborhood, that I would want a stream of cars going through my neighborhood just to exit the community. So I certainly think that they would have to get with those homeowners and find out if they would allow traffic through their neighborhood. I mean, I wouldn't think that they would welcome something like that, but maybe they would.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Madam Mayor, just again, a gentle reminder, Linden Place will now have the opportunity for being contiguous to annex into our town. Is that correct? That's correct. That is correct. They will now be contiguous, and they will have the opportunity to annex in. And just for seeking clarification so that we'll all have the accurate information, that'll be as individual lots, or will that be as a subdivision?
Their best route is individual, and from conversations we've had with the neighborhood, we don't expect, they're anticipating having to do it that way.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I would just say for us to, as we continue to think about this, I'm excited about any time we can create something to be contiguous to do it. I've always worked towards that. I don't think that onus should be placed on this body to try to determine if there's that easement. It's not up to us. I mean, we can, you know what I'm saying? So we just need to be mindful of how we word our motion.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms. Thomas, sorry.
Yes, Ms. Farrell, I just want to clarify the contiguity issue. If I recall correctly, at last month's meeting, we talked about whether or not this community, being contiguous, could now annex under the agreement that we have with the Mount Pleasant Waterworks.
We did discuss that, and what we discussed was the ordinance requirement that we have now that requires a covenant or agreement if a property is not contiguous was not in effect at the time that Linden Place was approved in Charleston County for development. So in this situation, it is a little bit different, so it'll have to be a voluntary action really on any of the individual property owners that live within that neighborhood to annex. It will not be as is required, for any individuals who've signed the covenant agreement that's now in the ordinance.
Exactly. So in essence, they do not have to comply with the agreement that's in place with Mount Pleasant Waterworks concerning the contiguity of that property?
No, but this will provide the opportunity, and I know Mr. O'Neill spoke to it at the last meeting, that there have been some people that live in that neighborhood who have expressed a desire to annex into the town. And so this will provide that opportunity now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've had a motion and a second, lots of discussion. Call for the vote. All in favor of annexation?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the ayes carry.
First reading ordinance number 14087, an ordinance providing for the annexation of approximately 13.38 acre parcel of land identified by TMS number 578000053 and further described herein.
Item number 5 is the same piece of property. This is the ordinance providing for the First Amendment to the PDCD Plan Development and Conservation Design District. It also comes with recommendations about the easement and the access. So if you could address that for us, Ms. Farrell.
Right. There are two parts to this amendment. The first part is this is the existing plan development here. So the first part is simply to add this 13.3 acre tract of land to the PD. What is also part of the request is some modifications to, especially to street standards that are in the current plan development. So that is incorporated into this amendment as well. The conditions that are set forth within the ordinance that were recommended by both the Planning Commission and Planning Committee were first, that the development is limited to 68 units total. If it exceeds that, then an impact assessment will be required. Then the next is the discussion regarding the connection to Lennon Place. It was recognized at the Planning Commission, at the Planning Committee as well. If you could go to the aerial photograph, Marty. No, it should, it's not, keep going. There should be an aerial photograph. There's not one. Oh, okay, well, I don't know why there's not one. But, okay, so, well, I can talk to it from this anyway. The right-of-way that we were talking about that's in Lennon Place ends right here. There is a little piece of right-of-way, but there is, we did some research. We do know that Charleston County had originally intended that there be a connection. However, the HOA did put some sort of covenant on it that, or the developer, I guess, previous developer, that gives the ability to the HOA to determine whether there should or should not be any sort of connection. We talked further at the Planning Commission meeting especially that there are a number of wetlands, and you can see them in this darker green color here, that may make it difficult to create a vehicular connection through here. So ultimately, where the Planning Commission at least was trying to lean with this, and it perhaps can be better defined with the ordinance, is the possibility of, at the very least, a pedestrian access. And the reason they thought that was important is because we do have schools, Jenny Moore and Lang, both on Hamlin Road, and at least provide the opportunity for pedestrian activity for the children that live in this neighborhood to get to Hamlin Road safely. And then finally, included in this was an exploration of future connectivity with Billy Swales Boulevard. And that was the recommendation and the conditions from both the Planning Commission and Planning Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Do you know if there are sidewalks in Lennon Place?
I don't know.
I would think certainly with school children it would be important for there to be sidewalks. Is there a sidewalk in this plan development?
They do have sidewalks in this.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Garch.
I do have a question. I like the last part, all about how can we get to the Billy Swales Boulevard. Does it bump up against the right-of-way in that depiction right there?
It doesn't, or at least not to my knowledge. And so the thought was at least to try to explore. This is the town's and Charleston County Park property right here. And so I think the thought was that perhaps there could be a way to explore. If there could be any connection, it would probably have to come more directly through in this way. And I don't know the wetlands So I don't know if it's feasible, and that's why it was just a recommendation from the commission to explore.
Brad, can you guess about how close the Billy Swales Boulevard is gonna be? I know that's not an
Yeah, I
accurate.
guess if I saw the overall aerial, it'd be a little bit easier, but if it's running along the property, you know, the jointly owned property, that's generally the route of the boulevard, but as you know, we have the opportunity, in the upcoming design to, it's really kind of an open slate right now.
I got you. For all of us to think about, I'm just looking for something that's more definitive than using the word exploration of future connection, you know? I don't know that we can do that, but that'd be wonderful if we had an access for that to get to Billy Swales Boulevard. That solves a lot of issues.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I saw Mr. Carrier first. I'm sorry, Mr. Carrier.
Another question for Brad. The alignment of Boone Hall, Long Point Road intersection with Christ Church, do you know the timetable on that?
There's no funding for that at this point in time, but, you know, we have some conceptual alignments. I think the preferred alignment is gonna be to the north of the property and come around, into our property around that large pond, but that's just south off this drawing here, but we don't have any, firm plans or funding to do the design or the right of way yet.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Mr. Carrier brought up my question regarding the realignment of Long Point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stokes Marshall?
Yes, I'm just asking for some clarification. I'm hearing two things. On one hand, that the developer had promised to establish that connectivity. Is that correct?
That was with the
With
county, that was part of the approval.
Okay, and then I'm also hearing that, the HOA has the opportunity to make the decision. So which is it? Is the developer committed to making the connection, or does the HOA, what role do they play in terms of the decision as to whether or not the connection is there or not there?
I don't know all the details with that development since it's in the county, but I think that the developer is probably gone. I think that that development is complete.
Okay, now
And
you just made the point that I was trying to make, okay? In all probability, whoever that developer was when that agreement was made initially is probably now gone. So I think we really need, especially when we're talking about exploring opportunities, we need to really define, you know, where Charleston County is on this, as well as what position the HOA, or role the HOA plays in this, in the decision-making process. Whether or not there is or there is not a connectivity. And if there is and if there isn't, who's gonna be responsible for paying for it? You know?
Well, I don't know the answer to those questions, you know, especially with it not being in the town,
Okay,
but
well, okay, who would be responsible? Would it be Charleston County
for building it?
in terms of building as well as making the decision as to whether or not the connection is made or not?
Well, in terms of building, I think it would probably be this developer for the old Georgetown application that's in front of town. To be able, and then I would think that the HOA would have to, or would probably require that this developer, the town developer, actually construct it, because they're not gonna do that at their expense, I would doubt. But they ultimately have to decide per this agreement or per these covenants, whether or not to allow the connection. Their HOA, Linden Place HOA.
Okay, there are just a lot of unanswered questions here.
Ms. Farrell, do you have any sort of, is there any sketch plan on the original piece of property to date to show where the road for the original piece of property is? I mean, it's under development now? Not the back
The
parcel,
old
but the front.
Georgetown?
Yes.
Can you go to the sketch plan? That's what's being built right now. This
Okay.
is Old Georgetown Road, leading in the direction towards the Boone Hall store there. So this is currently under construction here.
Okay, and I guess this is a question for Mr. Paglarini as well as you perhaps. How much say does a municipality have over where the developer puts their road, assuring that it would align with potential future roads? I mean, obviously they have the leeway. There's not mechanisms in place for us to say you have to run it along the left side to connect future with Billy Swales. I mean, or is there?
I think there can be. Yes. I mean, this is not an impact assessment. Those are the kind of things that sometimes occur with all of this, but this is a planned development, and so it does provide opportunities for conditions.
So regardless of their lots or where their lots, how their lots were laid out, if we ask them, I mean, ideally that road, instead of curving off into the potential new part, would have to come straight down to attach to our potential Rifle Range Road and Billy Swales Parkway to Porches Bluff and Hungry Neck Boulevard.
It could. What we don't know right now is we do not know, or I don't know anyway, what the topography is here. I don't know if these are wetlands. I don't know how feasible it is. That would be something that would have to be explored, which I know, and Mr. Garch has pointed out, I mean, that's
What happens when we explore? Who explores? You explore, Brad
We're
explores?
directed to explore it, we will. It would be planning with transportation.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Garch?
My point is this, some more exploration needs to be done. If not, I mean, I'm not gonna support this, even at the risk of knowing that this is something that, again, folks, I know this sounds like it's boring, but it's almost 2015, and we work very, very hard with our relationship with county council. Charles County has come a long way, but these things can still sneak up on you, and here's one of them. So, I mean, Mr. Pagarini, I could put in the motion to say, folks, you're gonna have to, it's contingent upon approval of this, that in the future, you will tie into Hungry Neck, or excuse me, Billy Swales Boulevard. I can't do that, because I don't know exactly where it's going to be. So therefore, to me, it's not in a position where I'm gonna approve it. It needs more exploration, shall we say.
One procedural item, sir, is that we're talking about first reading now, so it would be appropriate for amendments to those conditions at final reading as well. I can't say whether that's enough time between readings to make these determinations if they can't be made at all.
And I appreciate that. You know why I'm bringing all this up now. So get you on.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
We don't have anybody here.
Is the representative here? Yes. Would you like to address the connectivity issue? I'll give you our standard 2 minutes with name and address, please.
I'm Giles Branch with Earthsource Engineering, civil engineer for the project, phase 1 and the conceptual plan as you're looking at tonight. This is in addition to the originally approved PD. Approved with the PD, we actually have put in a connection point here for future connection to meet the requirement for interconnectivity. This is a dead-end road. At the Planning Commission, we agreed to stub an HOA, future right-of-way for connection, and basically exploration meant if the town traffic engineer decides that it's a good point of connection, we would provide a spot for a future connection. That was the idea of exploration.
To where though?
To Billy Swales Parkway?
Correct.
So you're setting HOA land aside that would provide high land, not
Correct.
wetlands that would allow for that?
Correct. We have a place here in phase 1, and potentially, where, based on, as the plan evolves, this is still a conceptual plan. Next step would be sketch plan, and that's when we would provide that space connection.
Thank you. Any other questions of the developer? He has about 1 more minute.
The HOA is an agreement to allow you to set aside that portion of land for that connection.
Right, so obviously being in the development stage, we would have the option to leave it as HOA or dedicate it if the town would want to take it as the right-of-way at that time. That usually comes down to staff decision and preliminary plat.
Thank you very much.
I just wondered why you didn't walk up there 20 minutes ago.
And you are the HOA.
He's the HOA.
Do we have a motion?
Not yet.
Motion to approve.
Second.
See,
Yes, we have a motion and a second for discussion. Mr. Smith?
who made the motion?
Me.
Gary?
With the recommendations, is that motion with the recommendations?
Yes, with the recommendation,
Thank you.
yes.
With a recommendation that they'll set aside property in this for a future connection to Billy Swales Boulevard.
Yes.
Specific.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any other questions or discussion?
You got that.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the ayes carry.
First reading, ordinance number 14088, an ordinance providing for a First Amendment to PDCD Plan Development Conservation Design District, ordinance number 13053, pertaining to property known as Old Georgetown PDC.
Item number 6 is a first reading on an ordinance to rezone from R1 low density to R2 low density, 2 parcels of land on Mathis Ferry Road.
Move the first reading.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes have it.
First reading, ordinance number 14089, an ordinance to rezone from R1 low-density residential district to R2 low-density residential district, 2 parcels of land located on Mathis Ferry Road comprising 3.4 acres.
Item number 7 is a first reading, an ordinance to rezone from AB to AB2 area-wide business, 2 parcels of land, approximate 1.388 acres, located at 1426 and 1463 US 17 North. And this also involves a change. This is something that recently came about in our comprehensive plan with a change from economic development back to AB2. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
First of all, this was requested for deferral last month. It was up for first reading and requested for deferral. The zoning request is to rezone the property from AB to AB2. The land use recommendation, Mayor Page, is what has changed. That's not part of this request, but it has changed. The land use recommendation used to be commercial, but with the adoption of the 2014 update, the land use recommendation is now business, light industrial, economic development. But what is in front of you today is a request to rezone to AB2. I'll be glad to, I know there was a lot of discussion, I'll be glad to elaborate or answer any questions that you have about.
And the recommended use would be allowed in the developer's request for what they're intending to put
proposed
here.
use.
Proposed use would work in AB2, but not in business light industrial, would be allowed in one and not in the other, is that correct?
The use or the proposed use is a storage facility, which cannot be accomplished under AB, the current zoning. It can be as conditional use in AB2. A storage facility cannot go into the ED zoning district. If the property happened to be zoned light industrial, yes, a storage facility is allowed. But what's in front of you today is not a storage facility, but a request to zone AB2.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion or a
You have a
second?
site, can you put a site plan up?
Marquis.
I'll move for first reading.
Second.
I have a motion for first reading and a second. Any discussion or further questions? Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Aye. So we have 2 opposed.
First reading, ordinance number 14079, an ordinance to rezone from AB area-wide business district to AB2 area-wide business 2 district, 2 parcels of land comprising approximately 1.388 acres, located at 1426 and 1463 US Highway 17 North.
Item number 8 is an ordinance to amend the Town of Mount Pleasant Comprehensive Plan, future land use map pertaining to 2 tracts of land adjacent to Brickyard Plantation by changing the land use recommendation from commercial to medium density neighborhood.
This request was also in front of you last month, and the applicant requested deferral on both this and item 9, which is with this. This specific request to amend the comprehensive plan is from commercial to medium 6 dwelling units per acre. And it has Planning Commission and Planning Committee both recommended denial.
Madam Mayor, I move for denial for items 8 and 9.
Second.
I have a motion to deny items 8 and 9. Any further discussion or questions? Yes, sir. Mr. Nichols?
Yeah, I have some questions. Can you refresh us about the background of what's been proposed here?
With respect to the zoning part
Yes.
of it, the next item. Could you, I'll work from this map. Actually, could you go to the land use map? There we go. Okay, so the first, what's in front of you right now, this particular request to amend the comprehensive plan from commercial to medium density applies to these properties here. This one is kind of behind Carrabba's that most people are familiar with, and then this one is behind the shopping center. So the request is to rezone to medium density residential, which would allow residential use at 6 units per acre. The next request is the zoning request that's associated with this, and it's got a couple of parts and pieces to it. This piece of property right here, can I go to the zoning map now? No, back, please. Thank you. This piece right here is currently zoned office professional, and so that would like to rezone that piece for townhomes. This piece is part of the Brickyard Plan Development, so they would like to rezone that for townhomes, to basically take it out of the PD, the Brickyard PD. There is a small sliver right here that is part of the Brickyard PD, so it's part of this parcel here, that they also requested to rezone from PD to AB, so, because it would ultimately be incorporated into this parcel, so it's kind of just, I think, really more of a cleanup part of this request. So the major part of the request is to be the ability to put townhouses on these parcels here.
Very good. Madam Mayor, I don't know if the developer is here or not. I think I attended a meeting on this project. Is that right?
We did.
With Councilman Carrier and Councilman Smith, and a number of, really 3 or 4, but traffic was raised by the folks who attended that meeting. Homeowners, interaction with homeowners, relationship between if this went through and how the amenities at the Brickyard would work out or not work out, and then whether there would be any type of, I don't know if they could do this deed restriction on rental and all that. And I'm just wondering if there was any resolution since, or what the feedback from the homeowners was at that community meeting. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that if we could.
Well, I have 8 speakers signed
Well, I guess
up.
we
I'm
will.
sure out of those 8 speakers, we certainly will hear what Brickyard has to say about this change in development. And we'll start right at the top.
Yeah, and if you know, get up there 20 minutes.
Joel Brookmeyer?
And you can state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak.
2 minutes. Joel Brookmeyer, 2616 John Boone Court. And my major concern is the traffic at that intersection. Right now, it's a very dangerous intersection, and you have to be very cautious in making your left going north on 17, and you have to zoom right in. It's my understanding that the townhouses will have to make, maybe I'm wrong on this, a U-turn at that intersection, and that will create a monstrous situation, frankly. You've also got people trying to make rights going south to get on the Parkway. You've got people trying to make lefts going on to Hamlin. You've got 2 schools coming up. They're going to house 850 students at the very least. It's scheduled to be open maybe in 6 or 8 months on Hamlin Road, 1.5 miles away from this intersection. These are county schools, and they're magnet schools. So anyone can come from anywhere, and they're not all going to be coming by school bus. So there's going to be mothers and also children from age 3 are going to be coming to this school. It's an arts school. And I haven't even mentioned somebody trying to cross that highway at that intersection. I mean, it's absolutely insane, frankly, to create this kind of a situation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brookmeyer.
Mark Palisade. Mark Palisade.
And next it will be,
Al Fisher.
yeah, Al Fisher will be next.
Mark Palisek, 2770 Stanby Place. We've heard before this council and the planning commission how the traffic from the proposed townhouses will affect the residents of Brickyard, including opinions that it will not be a problem, but there are no actual scientific studies that have ever been presented on this. In that regard, if driving from Charleston to this new townhouses, access to the townhouses from 17 North requires risky crossing of 17 at their entrance on McConnell, or dangerous or illegal U-turns on 17 or within the property of Brickyard. We've heard how the Brickyard tennis, pool, and amenities paid for the Brickyard by the Brickyard HOA fees might be used by the townhouses without payment. And though the builders would like to become a part of our HOA, it isn't possible without a majority vote in favor of this by the residents. But it's time for another topic: mistakes. We all make them, and we all make bad investments, whether it be a toaster that fails the day after the warranty runs out or a stock that fails. But when we make these mistakes, we should not seek to gain a reward at the cost of others. Those who invested in the commercial land in question have realized they made a mistake. The land is set too far back from Highway 17 to allow a commercial building to be seen. Today, the owners of that failed purchase see there is a housing boom. And fearing another bankruptcy, they want the town to allow them to take advantage of that housing boom and advantage of residents in Brickyard. The change to zoning will not only reduce the quality of life that the mayor often speaks of for the current residents of Brickyard Plantation, it will inflict traffic hardships for the townhouse residents as they attempt to head north or across 17 from Brickyard Parkway to get to any of the schools their children will be going to in the coming years. Do the landowners care about this? No, they do not, because they will not be inconvenienced, because they will not be living there. There is nothing to be gained for the potential residents of Brickyard Plantation or the residents of these townhouses
Thank
by
you,
allowing
Mr.
them to be
Belichick.
built.
Thank you.
Please hold. Thank you for your applause. Please hold your applause. We're trying to pay attention. We want to hear the voice of the citizens. It's very difficult with applause. Thank you very much. We know you're excited, but we have these people who've signed up to speak. Please be civil.
Al Fisher.
And after Mr. Fisher, we will have,
Adele Fisher.
Mr. and Mrs. You can follow them right up there.
at least you're commuting. We appreciate that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilman.
Good evening.
Members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Al Fisher. I live at 2813 Rosedale Point, which is in Brickyard Park Plantation. My concerns are threefold. Number one is the traffic. Number two would be the encroachment of our amenities. And number three is setting a precedence for changing property from one designation, commercial, over to residential. I think we've already spoken very eloquently about the traffic, and it will be a nightmare. There is no additional red lights, traffic lights there, so anybody that wanted to turn north onto 17 would have to utilize our stoplight. And that's already, I think, about the third hazardous traffic light between 41 Brickyard and Long Point. We don't need any more problems there. The amenities, we're very concerned about keeping our amenities. I don't know if the rest of the town is or not, but we have bought and paid for those amenities and would not prefer to have people just coming in arbitrarily, using our hiking, using our playgrounds, using our pool. We maintain them, we'd like to keep them private. The last thing is changing the land from commercial use to residential. We have a monstrous new school going in down there, the Jenny Moore Lang schools. And from the size of them, I know somebody in planning took into account the Oyster Point development that's coming along. But I don't know that they planned on changes from all this other property that could fall.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Adele Fisher.
I'm a different Fisher, not related.
Oh, there you go.
Coincidental. Okay, Adele Fisher, 1216 Wynwood Court. And I urge council to not change the comprehensive plan, not change the zoning. When I moved to Brickyard Plantation, I thought, what a nice idea. I couldn't wait for more shops to open up. We could use more small businesses. We could use, I said before, Brugger's Bagels will be a huge success. Ben & Jerry's, clothing stores, where we could walk to these stores and not have our cars on the road. This is the wrong thing in the wrong place. We should not allow more townhomes to be shoved into that area. They do not fit. And furthermore, from looking at the plans, it looks like there will not be any open space. There will not be a playground. There will not be a swimming pool. The homes are geared for young families because they have stairs. Where are all these 100+ children going to play? Carrabba's parking lot, Highway 17? They'll have to be driven around for recreation when they're not already on the road going places. So it is wrong, and I just urge council to not vote in favor of this.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Joe McConnell.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Joe McConnell. I reside at 2621 Daniels Point Boulevard in Brickyard Plantation. Several years ago, some very intelligent people and well-meaning people put together and approved the comprehensive land use plan. And I think overall they did a fine job. And I want to go on record by saying that I oppose any change, being particular, item 8.9, to change the comprehensive land use plan. And I also ask each council member tonight to do the right thing, and that is to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ivan Lund.
Everything's already been said, I defer.
Thank you, Mr. Lund.
Joanna Hoover.
Hi, my name is Joanna Hoover, and I live at 1215 Wynwood Court, and that's in Brickyard. And I'm the president of the Homeowners Association, and I pretty much back up everything that they have said, but I did want to do a few statistics if possible. I know the safety's been brought up a couple times, and I just wanted to state that as of January 1st, there's been 153 accidents between Highway 17 and Highway 41. 51 of those accidents were at Long Point, 35 of those accidents have been at Highway 41, and 32 of those accidents have been at our Brickyard intersection, and there have been, from what I know of, 1 fatality. So we all believe that our intersection with the additional 51 townhomes would just add more hazard. And then we also are concerned about our amenities. One thing that a lot of people have said, that apparently Brickyard isn't going to ever support anything that's there, and that's not true, because last year I actually wrote a letter in support of a small or low density development that wanted to go in there, and the lower density got denied. We all support the lower density, but for some reason that got denied but I just wanted to let y'all know, we really do support things that would go in there. We just don't support this medium or high density project. Thank you.
Doug Schwartz.
My name's Doug Schwartz, 3129 Ball Court here in Mount Pleasant. I represent the applicant. These are homes, not the landowner, but the applicant. Appreciate the council deferring last month. Gave us an opportunity to hold a bit of a meet and greet. We interacted with a number of the folks that are here and probably 40 or 50 others as we sought to educate our objectives with that piece of property. We heard, as you have, overwhelmingly that traffic was the issue, was the concern in this location. What you're being asked to do is approve a comp plan change in a down zoning from a more intense use, from a commercial use to a residential use. Somebody stated that there's been no scientific study of that traffic. I think your traffic engineer at the planning committee or planning meeting opined on that. We also have the engineer here that provided a engineering analysis on traffic for that property. He can answer those questions for you better than I can. But there is really no use under the approved zoning that is equally intensive or less intensive than townhomes. So we think we're addressing that. It's more traffic than the trees that exist there today, but it is not more traffic than what is already approved. So we heard that. We also heard about the traffic pattern that happens in there. If you're familiar with that, if you eat at Eggs Up or Carrabba's or bank there or go to Do Re Mi Pizza or anything around there, you know that the traffic pattern there has already been established. Townhomes don't create how you get in and out of there. The original development creates how you get in and out of there. Very favorable to the Brickyard residents, a little more difficult for folks that aren't coming from the Brickyard. It is not this request that creates the traffic pattern that goes there. Third thing we heard was about the amenities. We have not asked to participate in the amenities. We have not said we don't want to participate in
Thank you,
amenities.
Mr. Schwartz. That's your 2 minutes.
David C.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David C. I live at 2013 Shields Lane in Roadtown. You're welcome to come see me for a cup of coffee, but I'm pretty confident that I'll be the most hated man in Brickyard after I tell you that I am recommending that this project be approved. And I want to tell you why. I'm a certified commercial investment member. I'm a realtor member. I'm a broker in charge. I always try to bring you a very educated opinion about the proof. And what I'd like to say is that I completely respect what all the Brickyard residents are saying. Traffic, I believe there's studies that can mitigate that. I think we can rework a couple of things that can mitigate that. But I want to talk to you about smart growth. It's got to happen. You can't bury your head in the sand. Mount Pleasant is growing. We have to respond accordingly. And what I believe is that the businesses that are in the Brickyard Center are stagnant and not being successful because within our economic plan, our development plan specifically to economic development, it says that existing businesses are also important in the town of Mount Pleasant. If we grew 10% of the revenue of the businesses already in the center, then you'd also be able to replace the economic development value of a new center. If you bring in a new commercial center, you'll have about a 50,000 square foot office building on that land. Certainly it's not going to be the highest and best use taking into account the market, taking into account land planning. So what I would argue for you today is that I think you have a best practice opportunity for residential mixed use, the schools, people that can come and afford those homes, that will have a high caliber of ownership quality. They'll care about the community because they're going to own the townhomes. And all I can say to you is that I think if you're going to look at where the growth comes from in any economy, even in our own economic development plan, 80% comes from existing small businesses. And so I would just ask you to take that into account tonight here. I'm happy to discuss this with anyone offline. And in closing, I just say that Oakland Plantation was never foreseen. Everybody wants to be in that area. I don't think this is a commercial area anymore, and we need to respond accordingly to plan for smart growth.
Thank you, Mr. Say. Okay, that's all we had signed out. Mr. Nichols, did you get your questions answered?
I think I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So what's the favor of the council? Yes, sir?
Just a
Oh, wait,
comment.
yes.
Can I comment?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely. Mr.
Well,
President.
I mean, just for sharing with my fellow councilmen, I mean, I did sit with the developer, and the comments that the residents said, there is merit. I mean, Joanne, I think you hit the nail on the head that, you don't disapprove everything, but I know that we in our past have taken what is an approved use, and which was a hotel, and that was, if you all recollect that a few years ago, we denied that at your request, and that in turn led to a lawsuit, and the town lost. So at some point, something's going to get developed in there. The comments were made in the meeting, and I know Doug reiterated those a little bit, Mr. Schwartz, tonight, in that those existing businesses that are there, I don't know if we have those homes there, those townhouse homes would increase the viability of places that I frequent, Do Re Mi, and I'm a weekly attender at. I just don't know that it rises up to that level that those townhomes going in there would offset, and that shouldn't be justification in my mind. It's not justification enough in order to make a zoning change. I don't think that there's merit in that you're gonna circumvent the HOA and you're gonna sneak into their pool and all. I think you're honest people and you're trying to put an honest project forward, and there is validity in what you're saying about the traffic. I just don't know what tested out in our infrastructure and support for 100,000 residents. That includes how we have things laid out. It's just very difficult to make that change that would offset that and increase that density. Albeit, as you indicated, in some instances, a lower traffic. So I just wanted to put that out there, Madam Mayor. There is some history behind that property, and I don't know if we can get the residents of Brickyard to take that sign down that says when you pull in the Brickyard, you can't make a U-turn and cut back over to Do Re Mi. That would make my life easier because I don't live there. But that's all. I just want to add some comments into that, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. Mr. Smith, you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Councilman Glassman's comment, Joanna Hoover spoke on behalf of the association, gentle reminding us that they did support, and I just want to point out that it was David that brought us the patio home proposal, which was one of my very first votes that I supported on with the Neighborhoods Association. So I just would urge council to vote this down. The property will be developed. It will, the right buyer, the right developer will come along, and this is not it. And I would call the question.
Please hold your applause, please. Yes, sir, Mr. Nichols?
I want to echo Councilman Smith and thank everybody. I think Councilman Smith and I were both voted in favor of that much less intrusive, much less impactful proposal. I think that was a year ago, Mark. I can't exactly remember. I'm struck by this one. It's on the other end of the spectrum. I'm going to support. I'm going to support Mr. Smith's motion, which is to deny. But I want to thank the developer for taking the extra steps and going out and making their case to the community. I want to thank the community board and its residents for coming out here tonight.
Can you refresh us on the motion and the second? Is it only on item 8 or is it on eight and 9?
It's for 8 and 9.
Okay,
Mr.
just-
Smith moved for denial.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second on the table for denial on agenda items 8 and 9. All in favor of denial?
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
So, 1. Item number 10 is a presentation of the annual findings on the development agreements. The zoning administrator, Mr. DeMore, who's gonna take that? You're Kent, okay. Kent's going to give us an update on Caroline Park, Watermark, Central Mount Pleasant. And this is by ordinance, you're required to give us these updates?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
If you don't mind, we'll wait a minute.
Absolutely. Somebody certainly knows how to clear a room.
Good night.
Madam Mayor, while they're leaving, I would disagree with David's comment. I don't think these folks in Brickyard are gonna hate David C. after this.
He's a hard guy.
I'm sure there won't, and while we have a few seconds, I would remind everyone that this Sunday is our Coleman Boulevard Holiday Light Parade. And everyone's welcome to come on out to Coleman Boulevard and light the tree and shoot some fireworks and have a grand old time. I think we have about 100 floats that are gonna go down the boulevard, so you're certainly all welcome.
You taking care of the weather?
Yes, sir, weather will be 60 degrees and no rain, but I would suggest it'll cool off a little bit as the parade winds down, so you should certainly wear a jacket.
It's a Christmas present.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Hope everyone's doing well. As the zoning administrator for the town, it's my distinct pleasure to speak to you tonight about the 2014 annual findings on development agreements for the developments known as Carolina Park, Watermark, and Central Mount Pleasant. The Carolina Park development agreement, as you mentioned, Madam Mayor, this is a requirement of state law and town code, and it's basically to assess compliance with obligations imposed by these development agreements. With respect to Carolina Park, they are in full compliance. However, they are outstanding on impact fees due December 20th, but we have full anticipation those fees will be paid in a timely manner in years past. Watermark is in full compliance with all of the obligations imposed by their respective development agreement. Central Mount Pleasant, they have submitted a fourth amendment to the town for consideration. This amendment is scheduled for the first of two public hearings on January 5th, 2015. And by and large, their obligations are complete with respect to dedication and construction of Watermark Boulevard, and the connector road between Midtown Avenue and Rifle Range Road is under construction. There are some other details that are included in this fourth amendment, but it is still under review by staff, and as I mentioned, it will be scheduled for its first of two public hearings, January 5th, 2015. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Kent. Is there any questions from the council?
Maybe he can update us on the road. Ken, if you would, they were already supposed to have the road done, and they've got an extension. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Correct. It was initially, they were supposed to have it done within 36 months of August 31st, 2010, but they have run into some issues with that. I assume that those will be, that issue, it's under construction now. I assume any outstanding issues with that will be addressed in this proposed fourth amendment. There are other aspects to it as well. They want to change some of the tract designations to increase commercial and to change the land use recommendation, among other things. And if it needs to be addressed in that context, I'm sure it will be.
Under a development agreement, they were required to have that done by a certain time, right?
Correct.
And they didn't. What happened? Did we extend it, or what happened?
Well, as far as development agreements go, if someone's found to be in a default of an obligation, they need to be put on notice and given a reasonable amount of time to correct the deficiency. If they fail to do so, I believe the only other remedy would be to, in the strictest sense, if you can't renegotiate terms and conditions, would be to cancel the development agreement because of non-performance on their behalf.
So apparently that didn't happen, though, right?
It has not happened
No,
as
sir.
of yet.
They have a provision to cure,
They do.
and so we don't have the unilateral ability to cancel the development agreement.
No, they have to be put on notice, have to be given a reasonable amount of time to cure, and failure to cure could then open it up for a unilateral action on behalf of the town to cancel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. I was just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir, Ms. Stokes Marshall?
Yes, if I recall correctly, there was some kind of requirement to address senior housing.
That's correct. And I can read to you verbatim language from the previous amendment. It was, what they agreed to was a good faith effort to attract senior housing to the mixed-use tract site that may include an age-restricted community, independent living facility, assistant living facility, and/or continuous care facility to that mixed-use tract. This Fourth Amendment that has been submitted to us does include a continuing care community use as a component of the proposed amendment for that tract, although they will be amending the designation of that tract and expanding it, if approved. But that's under their current proposal for amendment.
So it says that a good faith, show a good faith effort.
That was the exact wording from their, the amended development agreement.
Is there any indication that they're making an attempt to show, or not so much show, but demonstrate?
Well, as I mentioned, a continuing care retirement community is a component of this new amendment for which they're applying. But it's my understanding, and I'm sure you'll get into this more as we move along, obviously, the Planning Commission will view it, and Council will too. It requires 2 public hearings before Council, and also ordinance amendments for plan development, zoning, and development agreement. That will be a component, but there's also an alternative scenario if that doesn't work. Whether or not this constitutes that good faith effort, that's really a matter for Council, I think, to decide.
Well, I don't want us to lose sight of that. I mean, it is one of the requirements of the development agreement.
Right.
And I'm concerned that if we don't stay on top of it, that's not going to be addressed.
It will be squarely before you in the near future.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Stokes Marshall. I would also remind you that senior housing does not necessarily mean any type of affordable senior housing. And obviously, a care facility may not be the vision that we had when the direction was given to consider senior housing for our residents. So that's just something that we need to continue to discuss as we move forward. Mr. O'Neill has a comment.
Kent, the road delay, is it related to, was this the Eagle deal, where there was an Eagle's Nest?
Correct, yes.
The Eagles have done
That's
their
it.
thing, and
I'm not really sure exactly how that
you have no
fits
update on the
into it.
Eagles?
No,
Okay.
no update
It's
on the
okay.
Eagles. But the road is under construction.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Smith, did you have a comment?
Yes, ma'am. Before my comment, Councilman O'Neill, when you say do their thing, what exactly is do their thing? Just curious. G-rated people at home, stay away from that. I'm gonna move on from Eagles, Madam Mayor. The continual care community, we all understand that, I would speak on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor's Office on Aging here in South Carolina, that there's no more targeted, focused senior housing effort than a continual care community that is a triple win for this community, in my opinion, and that of the Lieutenant Governor's Office on Aging, in the fact that it creates housing options for our seniors, and for the town, it also creates jobs. That's gonna be CNAs, that's gonna be administrators, activity directors. So I would hope, Mr. Kraus, that we have that coming, as your words, square in front of us sooner than later as our continual swelling tsunami of seniors continues to expand before our very eyes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Prowse? Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, we have item number 1 and 2 are both about property on Annie Laura Lane and Gulf Drive. The first is the annexation and the other is the rezoning request. That's correct.
I'd be glad to
Move
answer
final
any
reading,
further
number
questions.
1.
Second.
So we have final reading for item number 1 and a second. Any other discussion?
Speakers.
We have speakers.
Robert Timberman.
Ms. McElveen, I know you've heard me loud and clear, but please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes to address this body.
Good afternoon. My name is Willie McElveen, and my property is listed as 2144 Annie Laura Lane. And my concern is that we would like, me and some other residents, would like our property to have equal value as the beginning of Annie Laura Lane. I'm down in the back where it's very, very ruled by that, potholes in the road, and we just have some poor conditions down there. We also don't have garbage pickup unless we pay through one of the private companies. We can't do trash unless we haul it out. And if we were in the city, in the town of Mount Pleasant, and had the same equal value as the beginning of Annie Laura Lane, where they have all these amenities, then we would have a better quality of life. And I'm asking that you all grant us the low density as well as being annexed into the town of Mount Pleasant.
Barry Cohn. Mr. Timberman.
Robert Timberman, 2142 Gulf Drive, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I've been a resident in the area for 35 years. These areas, I think some of the councilmen have gone down into. Most areas, it's no longer a project with the density we have. It's more about the residents at this point. I've known them for years. These particular ones, if you rode down in there, it's literally fallen down, and they're living in these small outbuildings around it. They do not have ways and means to get out of the area. And I appreciate all the hard work the council has done and all the committees prior to this for the recommendations and approvals we have received. It is an area that needs a lot of help. It really does. This road right here, I'm currently building 3 newer homes here. As you can see, the densities of these lots are 8,000 to 9,000 square foot. So we're not looking for super high density. We're not looking to go 12 units. We were looking to go to 4 or 5. I know the zoning, what we have recommended right now is 3. It makes it difficult. One aspect is right now with the plan that we just finished to meet the last meeting, only allows us to do a small cul-de-sac here and then divide this out and not tie into Gulf Drive as we originally planned because of just the density and the amount of infrastructure and divide it into the lots. I know it's a subject, we definitely want to go forward and go into the town. I met with all 3 of the owners and we'd like to go forward with the plan as it was voted. If it is possible, there is a way that we can readdress the density to 4 to 4.5 per acre. It would greatly help the project, but I'm not, opposed to trying to make it work with what we have. But we're thankful for everything that you have done, and that's pretty well it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion to second for annexation of this property. Any other questions?
He raised a hand up there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there another speaker?
I didn't have anyone else signed up, no. Any further questions or discussion? Oh, you did? Oh, sorry.
We actually have the same name, but our middle names are different.
Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Just for clarification, I'll state my middle name. This happened last month as well.
Can't hear you, sir.
This happened last month as well, because we have different middle names. My name is Robert Sinclair Timberman. Hey, could you go back to the aerial photo, please?
How about an address?
2142 Gulf Drive. It's actually, this home right here is where I live, and the subdivision is literally in my backyard. You addressed the issue of connectivity. With the lower density, we weren't able to. We only put in a cul-de-sac, which is why we tried for the higher density, which would have allowed us this connectivity to tie into these streets. Excuse me. I met with a lot of them. I'm actually the one that brought the petition forward from all the homeowners and the adjacent properties. in favor of this density and the annexation because it allows us to really improve these areas. I grew up here. I've lived here 26 years. I've now owned that property for 8. I bought it when I was 18 years old, and I'd really like to see this go forward so that we can help literally my friends and neighbors, people that I grew up with. And Dale and George Altman, who own this property here, babysat me when I was a kid. So this is a way for me to help them out. I currently maintain their property as they are unfit to do so. So doing this and allow them to move out into care facilities actually alleviates pressure on them as well as me. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, do we have, yes, sir, another comment?
I have a question for Mr. Timmerman. Nick,
The senior?
Senior, is it senior different middle initials?
Yeah, it's Joseph.
Okay. What, essentially the request before us last time was at 3 units per acre, and then the change to the comprehensive plan would have granted you 6 units per acre, which I think was the concern, at least among this council, was 6 units per acre. To achieve the road tie-in and to do what you needed to do, how many units per acre would you need to accomplish to do
We
that?
only need 4.5. We really never wanted 6, and the plan that he had, the sketch plan, had it divided out into that. It would divide it into about 12 homes rather than 9. And the cost difference is literally, the sewer ends here, this house. And it has to be extended all the way down through. And then this also, as you see, there is no cul-de-sac. So for us here, when the fire occurred here about a month ago, all the fire departments ran into trouble because there is no cul-de-sac here at the end. There is no way out of there safely. So for even residents, we couldn't enter the street. When this fire went on Andy Lord, all the shed burnt down, so he lost everything that he had. You know, George is 81 years old, but you know, the fire trucks literally went through my yard and driveway and fire hoses down through here. And everyone was blocked off completely because there is no other way in or out. So if a fire occurs anywhere in these areas and you're trapped back in here, you're just trapped. And again, there's nothing.
So at 4 to 4.5 units per acre, you can tie in Annie Laura Lane into the existing roadway.
Yes, sir, and, you know, we've met with, you know, all the different people. Like I said, we've gone around this afternoon and literally in 2 hours and went around and got a petition for it. I'm not looking to change and create this super big development. We're building one home at a time. This is probably gonna take, you know, a year or 2 to do, but when it's all said and done, it's going to really enlighten this area and make it much better. And you check with your own police department, there has been a lot of problems. I mean, it's to the point now to where, even myself, if I'm working late, me and my son, and you leave, you know, I have an older work truck. I've been pulled twice because it's a, you know, known drug area. And I don't mind, I mean, but once they know that I'm over there working on the home, it's good to go. That's the type, that reputation that it has. And I've lived here for 35 years, and I agree with Mount Pleasant's philosophy on the growth. But let's keep in mind, all of us enjoy Mount Pleasant for what it's become, and I commend council and regulating the growth, but also how many of us would not be here? You know, a lot of the homes in the Brickyard years ago, I built. I remember when the Brickyard was nothing. I remember when a lot of these areas, there was 2 headlights. But get back to the point, it would definitely help and allow the interconnectivity, but I'm not looking for a super high density.
Ms. Farrow, there's a question to you on this. If we were to, is there any way conditionally we can tie this to 4.5 units per acre? Perhaps it's with plat map or something like that. There's some way that they're committed to not exceeding the density at this level. Is that at all a possibility?
It's not with what's in front of you, not with the way our ordinances work. When it comes to the comprehensive plan, which is not a question in front of you this evening, he would have to reapply. That was denied last month. But the comprehensive plan provides for low density, medium density, high density. And so there's maximums that are tied with that, being 3 or 6. That's what they requested last time. So there's not a way for you really to approve a comprehensive plan amendment limited to 4.5 units per acre.
So for us to grant the comprehensive plan request would be just to take on faith that they would stay at 6 units per acre. We couldn't conditionally tie it either through an impact assessment or 4.5 units per acre.
It would be medium. It would be the land use designation.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, well, we went through with this, and then we came back with a hard plan showing 4 to 5 units. and reapplied for the plan change, the map amendment, we could apply for that later, correct? And just go forward as we have 9 lots.
Well, yes, you can, and for clarification, we're voting on 2 issues tonight. The
Correct.
issue on the table at this point is the annexation.
Correct.
So that is the first step, is annexation. What is before us secondly
Is the
would
zone.
grant you 6. No.
No,
would-
3.
3. So, no, you would have to go back again to get to 4.5. And I don't know how, could you explain to him, Ms. Farrell, how you would accomplish that?
We've already discussed it.
Okay.
But I would not have a year waiting period, I could just come back with that as a plan, but with a plan that would be in hard with that many lots per, you know.
Sketch plan.
You still couldn't condition it upon that plan. It would still be, I mean, he could come, he could present to you, this is what I intend to build, but you wouldn't have the ability to tie that specific plan to.
Could he deed restrict the property to that density?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the question I asked is he willing to deed restrict the property to that density?
Yes.
And Christiane says that he could.
Okay.
So that he couldn't, you couldn't reach 6 units. Mr. Pagliarini, is that possible?
It's possible, just again, that issue isn't before.
Correct. Yeah. I just hate to get a bad development that doesn't tie in, it doesn't connect in. We're talking about essentially a few houses and getting good connectivity here, so sorry, that was a lot of discussion, but
That's fine.
I'd like to get this right, so.
That's fine. Any other discussion on the annexation?
Madam Mayor, just, I know we're not voting for that, but I would just urge him to seek that out as well. That's an effort that I would support.
Thank you. So at this time, we have a motion and a second on the table for final reading of an annexation for 5 parcels of land, 3.3 acres. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes carry.
Final reading, ordinance number 14076, an ordinance providing for the annexation of 5 parcels of land comprising approximately 3.38 acres located on Annie Laura Lane and Gulf Drive.
Item number 2 is the final reading on that same property to zone R3 medium density, approximately 3.3 acres.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Santos, you
I
have a
just want to
question?
make sure, is that including your comments about the deed restriction?
That's not before us this evening. He'd have to come
He'll
back.
come back, okay.
Okay, so any other questions? I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes carry.
Final reading, ordinance number 14078, an ordinance to zone R3 medium-density residential district, 5 tracts of land comprising approximately 3.38 acres located on Annie Laura Lane and Gulf Drive.
Item number 3 is the final reading to an ordinance to provide an amendment to the Bell Hall Plan Development District pertaining to the maximum lot coverage.
Yes, there is a lot coverage requirement in the Wando Park portion of the Bell Hall PD. You've actually seen a couple of requests for not only this PD, but one in Charleston National to remove the maximum lot coverage requirement. This is for, where am I pointing? This will be specific to this particular,
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for final reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes have it.
Final reading, ordinance number 14080, an ordinance to provide for an amendment to the Bell Hall Plan Development District ordinance as amended pertaining to maximum lot coverage for a portion thereof.
Item number 4 is a final reading for the Dunes West Plan Development District
for final
ordinance.
reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the fishing village. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Final reading, ordinance number 14083, an ordinance to amend the Dunes West Plan Development District ordinance regarding a portion thereof known as the Fishing Village.
Item number 5 is a final reading on 2 tracts of land on US 17 North and James Nelson Road from multifamily to AB.
Okay, this item is up for final reading. You did approve an impact assessment last month. This is a rezoning from multifamily and area-wide business to plan development mixed use. Last month, the town council had a discussion regarding the possibility of several amendments that would be up for consideration this month, and tasked staff to have some discussions with the developer in advance of of this meeting so that we could come prepared to address those matters. So with that, I will offer the following information or comments with respect to those items that we were asked to consider. First of all, the staff had a comment in the initial staff comments that regarding the density, the ability to calculate the density over the entire acreage, and that there needed to be a better integration of the uses. The developer has presented a plan. If you could go, Martine, to a couple of plans. Keep going. Okay. This particular plan, which does provide for a better integration of uses, they have taken some residential units out of this building here and moved them on top of the two buildings that they already had here, and then put some residential units in this space, and then they have commercial up in the multifamily. So now in each of kind of the three sections, so to speak, there is both commercial and residential uses. So if council wishes to consider this particular plan, a couple of things would have to happen. First of all, number one, that is in the current ordinance, which speaks specifically to the need for a better integration of uses, would need to be removed. And then second, this particular plan would need to be adopted by reference. It does have a date of December the 8th on it. And also clarify that this is the plan that would take precedence over the conceptual plan that was reviewed last month, or approved last month with the impact assessment. Because they have provided the mixed use in these two buildings here, there previously had not been a building height specified for those types of structures, so they have provided some building height specification. You already, within the ordinance that's in front of you, number 5, specifies the building height for the multifamily, for the hotel, and so on. So what would need to be added to that particular item is what they have proposed, if council wishes to approve, 40 feet in building height for these mixed-use structures, which would be here, here, and here, and then also clarification that the carriage homes backing up to Wando East, Wando Lakes would be limited to 35 feet. Council also asked that the staff coordinate with the developer regarding phasing of the project, and this was, the purpose of this was to ensure that there would be commercial built in the first phase as well as residential. The developer has proposed the following language: no building permits for multifamily units will be issued until a building permit application is submitted for commercial, office, restaurant, or hotel use. Staff would suggest that this go one step further, and that it should also say that no residential CO will be issued until commercial construction has begun. Then finally, there was discussion from the beginning with staff comments, and then followed through with the Planning Commission and Planning Committee regarding the potential for a bus shelter, and there's really needs to probably be a little more clarification when that would occur and how that should occur. And so we have coordinated with the developer on the potential language that we would suggest be added. This would be as follows: the developer should coordinate with CARTA on a bus shelter to be built either in the development or Highway 17. This should be approved during the design review process and construction completed with transportation improvements. If CARTA does not desire a bus shelter at this location, then the developer will fund and construct a shelter at a nearby location as approved by CARTA and the town. So those 4 items are possible amendments for consideration by town council, as have been discussed with staff and the developer since the last meeting.
Thank you for that.
Move for approval with all amendments stated.
Move for approval with a second, right? And then there should be an amendment noting which, if any, amendments you want. And I believe that these are laid out, which we can submit if you wish. That's the easiest way to do it.
Mr. Carey, if you're moving for approval for the amendment to include everything that Ms. Farrell just stated, all the options and everything, I'll second that.
So we have to do it in phases.
First need a motion to approve for final reading in a second.
Then we'll do the amendments. So I move for approval.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for approval without the amendments. All in favor? Aye.
No.
Sorry?
Now, if someone
Now
wishes, they can.
Now we
do
make
it.
this,
Wait a
yes,
second.
yes.
I voted no, so I'm sorry.
Okay, we haven't done opposed yet.
Okay.
We haven't gone opposed
All right,
yet.
just making sure.
No, that's fine. Opposed?
Aye.
Oh, no, we haven't, no, there's no, now we have to make the motion.
Point of
for the
order.
amendment.
We're
Point
not
of order.
voting.
Yes.
Point of order. I think that we need to add the amendments in. I think that's where the will of the council is going before, otherwise we'll approve something that isn't the intent of the
So
council.
does the mover and the second have to accept those amendments?
Was that in the form of a motion?
Mhm. Can be anyone.
So right now, we have a motion and a second for final reading of the ordinance.
Right.
Now would be an appropriate time. if
I
someone-
make the motion that we amend the amended motion to include I put 5, Christine. I was making notes as you go here. I just want to run through them. You said 4, I had 5, which would include the updated changes on the proposal, updated changes on the proposal dated 12/8. That's 1, not 2, so it is 4. I'm staying corrected. The building heights was 2nd. The phasing of the project regarding the permits was 3rd, and the bus shelter updates was 4. It was 4 items, not 5. That's my motion for the amendment.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second now on the amendment. Any question, Mr. Carter?
I would like to be able to entertain some other parts to that amendment with regards to transportation impact.
What you thinking?
As a
Mr.
matter of
Paganini, how would
procedure,
you like to handle that?
you'd like to make further. It would be appropriate to vote on these amendments, and then if you have additional amendments, you can make those.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
I'm fine with everything that motion has been presented.
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
may I offer up him to tell us what's on his mind, and I would consider amending my motion once I hear what's on his mind, before we vote. Save some time.
Sure. Mr. Morrison, would you mind coming up to the podium?
Thank you for
Brad, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Pretty well, how about yourself?
I'm great. Now that I took my jacket off.
It's a little warm in here.
Just so we're all clear, because I had asked you about this with the first couple of items dealing with the impacts as far as transportation. You already had listed extend left turn lane on James Nelson to approaches US 17. That's in the approvals.
Correct, yes, sir.
Add minimal or flared right turn lane on James Nelson approach to US 17. And here's the sticky part I don't like, if right-of-way permits.
Well, what we're talking about is some sort of, you can see from this graphic that the right-of-way, current right-of-way is this dark dotted line here. And this is the existing width up in this area. So really, the only opportunity, aside from dealing with the Walgreens property to get additional right-of-way, is to flare this right turn in here and maybe have it somewhat of a pork chop, we'll call it pork chop design, but a medium.
Remember the old line, help me, help you, help me, okay? I want to remove that word if. I don't like that word.
Well, it's not, I'll put it this way, it's not required by the level of service analysis. So it's obviously something that we look to mitigate impacts directly at the site. So this was the thought. I know that there's not enough right-of-way at this point in time to do that. So it was my suggestion that we'd say, if we can, I knew the flared right was possible. They would have to work with the Walgreens to get enough right-of-way to get in a full auxiliary lane. So I don't really have the ability to make them do that just by the level of service analysis. It wouldn't be typical of me to do that, I should say.
In this flared lane we're talking about, that would just simply allow people to turn right without if they have the space before they get caught by the stacking to make that right.
Right. Large radius that sweeps out here, and if you have enough room, you could put in the separator median, or island, I should say, that really separates it, or it's just enough room for let a car get by, one stacked car in this area.
Right. I may be the only one. I believe we need to figure out how we can push to put that in there. You know, it's worth it.
Just for clarification, Mr. Garch, I believe that we voted on I believe we've improved the impact assessment. the last meeting.
We did. Now, Mr. Smith has made a motion with some amendments, and he is entertaining or allowing me to offer something he might include in his motion for amendments
Madam Mayor.
for final reading.
And, Councilman, you want that to be a dedicated right, turn lane and eliminate the word if?
That's where I'm going, but I didn't want to, put anybody in too tight a box where it couldn't be done. I think it can be done. I admit I'm kind of easing through the conversation.
I understand. I like the spirit of what you're talking about, especially, exiting, that one entrance and exit out of Rivertown that I experience every day. If you're in that fifth car back, you are waiting,
Yeah.
you are not turning right. It does not keep traffic moving.
Yeah, and like I said to y'all last time, I've seen 15 plans in 15 years for this piece of property, and this is the best one to come along. Isn't that right, Ms. Walker?
Brad, can we do it?
So-
Can we get that?
Well, on its
We wanna-
face, I'd say you cannot do it without additional right-of-way. That's just the bottom line. You cannot do the full turn lane. I think you can do the flared right.
Well, I want a full turn lane.
Just magic wand or something, pixel dust?
I wish it were that easy.
Brad, what's the access to Walgreens? Back on the boulevard there?
Their access is at this point right here.
Okay.
So we're talking about something that really is a little less than a standard, but nonetheless, it would do what Mr. Smith and Mr. Garch are talking about. That would provide full access and not be blocked by two cars. I don't know if that's something that they've spoken with that property owner about.
Guys, we gotta get this one right.
Madam Mayor, can the representatives of the developer speak? And I see they're doing some hubbub over there. Would they like to address this?
One second.
4th and 10.
Were there other amendments while we're waiting for their huddle that you would also like to consider so we can, as we're in the spirit of moving,
Sure.
wandering through this?
Sure. I'm really concerned, and that's a big word for me, coming a little south at the intersection of Mathis Ferry, Benning, and 17. And this is just above it. I know there's a little bit to the south of this, there's a right in, right out, which only impacts that 17. I believe that's an acceleration lane.
The right in, right out to this development?
Yeah.
Is
there a turn lane or is it XL?
It's a right turn lane in and a right turn coming out.
But there's no access.
When you turn on to 17, you're on 17. There's no acceleration.
Correct, there's no acceleration lane.
But there is a turn lane though.
There's a turn lane into the development.
Right, to get you off of 17.
Correct.
You're turning right. Okay.
And that's, I guess if I were smart, I would just flip the slide. No, that's the old plan. Go back.
I will come to that intersection next.
That's it.
There it is.
That location. So you have a right turn lane.
Very good.
This is the Cactus Car Wash.
Right.
Access.
Okay, good. So we are coming off of 17.
Yes, sir. Right turn lane, dedicated right turn lane, and then a right out only.
All right, go back to that slide you just showed Mathis Ferry and Benning in 17.
Go on one more.
That one. We've got two left-hand turn lanes that are heading north on 17.
Yes, sir.
Both of them hold about what, 5 cars, Brad?
It's a little more than that. It's 200 feet, so it's roughly 16 cars plus the taper.
We have room in there to do 3 left-hand turn lanes?
You'd have to reconfigure the intersection, but that's something that is being reviewed, suggested and reviewed by the county in the study that's mentioned in the report by staff. It is an option that we're looking at, whether this was going on before the development came.
Right.
So we were looking at solutions for Lauda and this intersection as far as to alleviate some of the congestion that's occurring there. So that was one of the options we're looking at.
And to be fair, your impact assessment for this whole development doesn't warrant any kind of impact at this intersection.
Not at this intersection. You have a D in you have a level service D existing in the no build and the build condition. so it doesn't go into E.
Okay.
But that doesn't negate the issue that we're having at certain times of day, obviously, the interference of this spillback, what we call spillback into this intersection.
Right. I mean, that's already happening now. That's a significant change, though, to do three left-hand turns, in your opinion.
The options that are being reviewed, the practical options really are, we've looked at several, like 7 or 8, but the practical options are install a signal at this location. It looks like it could meet some of the warrants. Perhaps relocate this back down to the old intersection, which is a fairly significant and costly proposal. Minimally, you could do the signal at that location. What you really need to do is obviously be able to clear it out, so the signal, when you do leave one of the side streets, you can come into some open space instead of cars sitting there. So we'd probably look at modifying this median to increase the storage, and if you did do a triple left, that's what we're talking about, you would make that lane a shared left through movement.
Right, and I'm looking to maximize, obviously, we've got 2 lanes turning into 3. I'm looking to maximize 3
Right.
going into 3.
And that's something we discussed about a year and a half ago with the district traffic engineer as a possibility, and that is why we're looking at it in the study.
Maybe a roundabout would fit there.
Not at 17.
No, I meant at Luana.
Yeah, that's still the situation in my non-traffic engineering mode is that right now is already a very stressed intersection.
Yes.
And rightfully so, because the flow has got to be given towards north and south flow. So you're 3 and 4 cars turning left there if you're paying attention. I just know that the magnitude of this beautiful project, again, is going to, I know it's just me talking, but it's me talking, it's going to further impact this intersection. So I'm trying to find an opportunity where we can find assistance.
Yes, sir, Mr. O'Neill?
Brad, what prevents us right now from taking that lane that's dedicated to go straight through the intersection from being a straight or left turn lane?
It's some signal head modifications and pavement markings, obviously, so it's not a large effort. What we're seeing in the analysis is indicating it's not necessarily a big gain, but practically we know that just being able to store more vehicles there and get it, no matter what the condition is at certain times of day, it's going to help some. So that's why we're looking at that option. But to do it now, it's not significant. If you were just to go out there, it'd be some pavement markings and the signal heads.
And Chris, it's a great question. I looked at that because of the way the light is, to me, I mean, Brad can answer it all day long, but your tier and your separation between when you can go straight and when you can go left, they're not always together. And I've wondered that sometimes. Sometimes you're sitting left and those guys go straight, and then you can stop, then you get to go. So anyway.
Mr. Smith?
No, just to add to that same conversation, Brad, if we consider that along with those median adjustments, again, that's not, so we can increase the stacking area there. Would that further enhance?
We're looking at everything we can do. So signal installs probably $170,000 to $200,000. Modifications to the median, and if you had to get out here and pull some noses back and things like that, minor stuff, maybe it's another $150,000. I'm just giving you a ballpark.
Yeah, no,
Everybody understands magnitude of what we're talking about here. Signal modifications, they're fairly inexpensive. So, that's what we'll be looking at as far as, in fact, we're going to probably in January start talking about sales tax and CTC projects. We'll have the results of that study. We'll be talking about those type of improvements, and we'll have some better costs too.
All right. I don't have any further comments. I mean, I could put it out there, but I don't have enough to stand on to say that that's got to be tied to the condition for approval. It didn't come up in the impact assessment, and it is what it is. I just know this, that intersection is already challenged, and it's going to become more and more challenging. It's very, very popular, and obviously because of our forward thinking, we knew we wanted to link up Benning and Mathis Ferry. We know a second high school is going to be built about a half mile from there. We already knew what it was like when Wando was there. I'm not saying that's the part of the developer's fault that the high school's going there, but it just makes it sweeter for them that it's going to be there. So again, and I'm trying to be as fair as I can. That, I'm just really, really thinking out loud.
Thank you, Mr. Garch. If the developer is prepared to answer the question about the pork chop turn or the lane, stack lane.
I'm Ben Graves with Johnson Development from Spartanburg, South Carolina. We certainly want to make as sound an improvement as we can to James Nelson there, and I think we've shown something that I'm informed by our engineers and our traffic engineer that it does, meet the level of service requirement. We've looked at, and what we were huddling up about was whether or not we could do some things to round out that radius and provide a more seamless traffic experience. I would ask that council stop short of requiring that we go obtain right-of-way from Walgreens as a public company. That would actually be a linchpin to us being able to move forward with the entire development. That would be a very onerous requirement from our perspective. So we'd ask you, what we have shown does provide an acceptable level of service. You have our commitment to try our best, but the idea of having to go acquire right-of-way from a third party is something we would certainly like to avoid. I'd also like to point out, if I can speak to a couple other matters quickly.
Yeah, you have another minute and 10 seconds.
All right, we do have a right-in, right-out, and we're building further down the property. And with regards to the improvements there at Lotta and Mathis Ferry, we are paying $1.2 to $1.3 million of traffic improvement fees. So certainly if that's on the capital improvement budget, that's something that we'd love to see that money go towards.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Okay, so, yes, ma'am, Ms. Stokes Marshall?
Okay, yes, I just like to comment in reference to a comment that Mr. Garch made. As we move forward in our deliberation to reach a decision, he mentioned that we will eventually have another high school at that location, Mathis Ferry Yard. So as we look at whether or not we approve the request, we need to be looking out at the potential impact that new high school is going to add on to everything else that's already there, So, I appeal to the developer to take that into consideration. And I think if we took it into consideration at this point in time and try to find a way to resolve this so that years from now we don't have to find ourselves in a position where we're trying to find a way to get traffic in and out in the turn lanes and all of that. So I just.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes Marshall. Mr. Nichols?
Yeah. First of all, I'm really glad that we're taking a long, hard look at this both last month and this month and prior in committee, because as Mr. Garwich said, getting this one right or as close to right is critical. It's in a critical location. I agree. While I have not had the experience that Paul has had, I've had the experience to take a look at a couple of different plans, and this certainly is light years ahead of where we were just 3 years ago. I think Mr. O'Neill said to me in the parking lot or somewhere else, I think we'd been on council like one day last time or 1 week, and all of a sudden when there was another term for the property and another plan in place, and that raised quite a public involvement situation. I would like to follow up, and it may seem the traffic thing is key to me, but also I wasn't clear on what happened with the neighborhoods in terms of the discussion about the ingress into one neighborhood or the other. Basically, I think the folks in Sneed Farm have made it clear what their thought was, and whether the two neighborhoods had found agreement on that, or whether, and I know Paul has worked with them extensively over the last month. Can somebody refresh me on where we are with that?
Yes, we had a hip neighborhood and unhip neighborhood. Mr. Garch has gone even further and defined that for those neighborhoods. So, Mr. Garch, if you would care to answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols, and if someone from the audience wants to chime in, it's fine. Because I was getting to that last, to make sure that we covered that, because it was a little murky when we left it last month. But, and that's why, and I was reached out to, and I said, you know, this is a little more involved than just a yes or no. What it comes out to in summary is that on the northern side of this whole project, we'll call that Sneed Farm. They're not interested in any vehicle stub out. They're not interested in any bike or ped accesses to their neighborhood from this project. We leave them and come to the south, which is Wando East, which is, I think, Hunter Commons, or maybe Hunter Lakes. Reserve, and one other area, and they do not want any vehicle stub outs either, but they are very open to the bike ped access from their neighborhood to the development, of course, back to their neighborhood. I hope that that's clear.
Ms. Cloyd, you may address us. Please give us your name and address for the record. Keep your comments to 2 minutes or less.
Can that be accomplished, or are those mutually exclusive, or?
I'm Leah Cloyd at 1661 Lotta Drive, and I'm past president of the HOA for Wando Lakes. The current president is recovering from surgery, so she asked me to take this project on. And also an owner and also the HOA president of Wando East just informed me today that she was also like pedestrian and bike paths to Wando East. Right now there's a fence, and she's concerned that people will just break through the fence, and she would like also a paved lit pathway for safety and convenience for the residents in Wando East.
Thank you, Ms. Cloyd. Any further comments or conversation from the council? We have an amended?
There's a motion to amend, that's up right now.
Mm-hmm. And the motion to amend was Mr. Smith's, and then we've heard some other comments from Mr. Garch.
Yeah, just a little bit of clarity from the applicant. You said that y'all huddled up and you looked at a drawing. Is that something you just looked at, or you feel?
No, we've been working on that constantly. We were just looking at what we can do to further increase the radius of that turn.
Okay, I just would add that I appreciate that. We all do, and anything you can continue to work on that effort is very much appreciated.
Yes, sir, Mr. Nichols.
As it feels like we're getting close here, the thing that perhaps we're going to vote on, I thought that there were stub outs included in last month's the first reading. I think Mr. Carrier added, or may have made, I don't know. I'm starting to get a little foggy and then is what's before us satisfied as far as the ingress and egress on the bike ped paths? Is there nothing into the Sneed Farm, but there is into the other neighborhood, and is that before us, or
It is in the, for clarification, we have it in
Make sure we
the.
got that right.
It
In the new,
would need to be clarified, because
Yes.
what is in the current ordinance that's had first reading is there shall be no vehicular or pedestrian connection to Lotta or Hunter's Run rights of way and no interconnectivity to Sneed Farm.
So we would need to amend that.
Yes.
all right.
I'm sorry, when I said what I said a minute ago, I meant for that to be included in the amendment that Mr. Smith was making.
Okay.
So I appreciate Mr. Nichols pointing that out. So to be
Certainly.
clear one more time, Sneed Farm does not want any vehicle stub out or any bike ped. But on the southern side, for those neighborhoods, they want no vehicle stub outs either, but they want the bike ped access.
And I've heard also now that they want it paved and lit
Right.
for
A
safety.
path that's paved and lit.
Paved with lighting. So a safe path to their neighborhood and vice versa. So we have the amendments laid out and the second that Mr. Smith made, and we were waiting to hear from Mr. Garch. Mr. Smith, it's your
Yep, just
turn.
one more. So you've only added the south side bike ped lighted paths, correct?
Well, then let's be clear is it to the 3 different neighborhoods on the south side?
Yes, one is to
Reserve,
Reserve, Hunters Run, and Wando East.
Hunters Run, and Wando East.
All right, thank you. We'll state them.
Okay. All right, so you would need now to make your, it would be either.
I amend my amended
And I think
4 to include 5 that we've stated several times already.
And I would think that was the second on the
You amend the second?
Amended.
amendment.
Mr. Garch.
Folks, we trying to get this right. Y'all seem confused. Everything all right, Leah? Are we good or something changed? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
I have a question, because I'm the property right next.
All right, moment of reckoning.
Okay, you have, for the record, we must hear who you are.
Stephanie Love,
And your address, yeah, please.
1702 Riverside Drive. My question is just, if they're having a vehicular path, because we didn't want anything, so if they're not doing this, what does that impact on that?
No,
Not
No
vehicular,
vehicular path.
Dawn.
No
No,
vehicular.
I know vehicular, but when you say a bike path and a walk path, you know, what exactly does that mean? Are there gonna be plans to let us see what that looks like? 'Cause we're worried about the lighting and everything.
Well, we have a standard in the town, do we not, Ms. Farrell?
We do have lighting standards, and this whole project will have to go through design review, so we can make sure that this aspect of it is part of that review.
Right, and if you don't want lights in your path, I'm sure you can work with the developer to
So
accomplish
we
that.
have the right to do that, that won't be mandated by you guys.
It's the design review board, you will have another opportunity to address that body.
Okay.
And you'll see.
But you just wanna make sure. for her-
We wanna make sure we're including it.
Well, I don't know if Hunters Run, I don't know if the whole board has ever been addressed by it. I know theirs have, but I don't know if our HOA has ever had the full support in our little area, because we are the backside of that property.
Madam Mayor, the developer.
So,
Order, please. Yes, sir, Mr. Smith?
Madam Mayor, I would defer to the developers. It's my understanding at our last meeting, they did their neighborhoods walk. Can we hear from them, please? You can stay there.
Yeah, I can't hear everybody.
Thank you.
No. You don't hear us. You want your name on
Russ Seaman, 501 Wando Park Boulevard, Mount Pleasant. We're gonna pull up the concept plan. Basically, we got, mixed feedback from the neighborhoods. Nobody wanted the vehicular connections. A lot of people wanted the pedestrians. It seemed like, just without having actual numbers before me, there was more people that wanted pedestrian connections than didn't. That being said, I think we're being asked to connect to three different places right now. And, well, it was to 3 neighborhoods, if that was the way I last heard it. Is that correct? There was actually 2 locations that made sense in looking at the aerials on what happened next door. And those are labeled on the current concept plan that's associated with the zoning. So it might be in the best interest to maybe point to those locations if you are to revise your amendment.
Okay, thank you for your clarification.
Thanks, Rose.
Are you ready with your amendments, amendments to the amendments, Mr. Smith?
I have no further amendments. I'm looking at the plan here. I see the 2 stub outs that are there, and I apologize, I don't know where the 3rd neighborhood fence, I heard a reference to a fence that's there now. So I'm not prepared to talk about the third stub out, bike ped, connection, rather. I always thought it was the two, and the third was the Snee Farm, is what I always thought it was, and it's been clear to us that Snee Farm is not, and the two that I have only always seen there have said they want it, so it would be there. So, Councilman Garch, could you help me identify where that third one is for consideration for my amendment? Because I'm prepared for those two.
Yeah, I'm not aware of, I just learned tonight also that there were three that were wanted. I was under the understanding that the two that were being offered could handle accessing the three different neighborhoods or three different areas.
Is that true?
That's what I'm learning. I mean, you might have to, go from your neighborhood over to the next one to use it, but that's my understanding. Folks, I would tell you, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah,
This is a good point. I like to call it.
Madam Mayor, that's my,
That's
my
fine.
motion.
It's all
That's
great
fine.
discussion, it's all worthwhile. And,
Absolutely, Mr. Nichols.
As it
do
is.
you
I'd like to
wanna
call a
comment?
question.
Okay. So,
As it is.
okay.
With
we're-
the 5 amendments.
Okay. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
And the ayes carry.
Final reading ordinance number 14084, an
Wait,
ordinance.
what, no,
That's
we have
only
to
on the
vote,
amendment.
that's on the amendments, we said to go back to
We
the
still have to
original.
keep going.
I'm sorry, we have to go back to the original motion. So, calling back to the original final reading, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay.
Final reading ordinance number 14084, an ordinance to rezone 2 tracts of land located on US Highway 72 North and James Nelson Road from MF Multifamily Residential District and AB Area-Wide Business District to PD MUSU, Planned Development Mixed Use Suburban Urban District.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad.
Moving on to committee reports, Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have an action item required here. So the committee met Thursday, December 4th, to make recommendations for 8 funding requests for the committee received applicants. Current balance is $56,000. Council's received a summary of the request and the Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee's recommendation for funding of 8 requests, which total $32,700 and $50. If council accepts the committee's recommendation, this will leave $23,891 balance for the remaining of the fiscal 14-15 request. As such, I move that council approve the funding recommendations totaling $32,750 for, here are the items, the 8 specifically: Civil War Sequestennial. There you go, thank you. $4,000. Harris Teeter Shootout, $1,500. Southeastern Wildlife Expo, $6,000. Mardi Gras, $750. College of Charleston softball tournaments, $10,000. 68 Annual Festival of House and Gardens, $500. Vietnam War commemoration, $8,000. And the Dunlap Junior Tennis Tournament, $2,000. And for report only, to conclude, the first quarter revenue payment for fiscal year 14-15 was received totaling $255,000, $140.99. This represents a 4%, Madam Mayor, increase from first quarter 13-14. Committee was notified of the new Hilton Garden Inn is expected to open March in 2015. That concludes my report.
Yes, sir.
And I make that first part in the form of a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Carrier has a question.
What was the $10,000 item?
Thank you, College of Charleston softball tournaments, and that's 4 tournaments, not one, that's 4 individual tournaments at $2,500 apiece.
Held over here.
Correct.
Over at Patriots.
And I would tell you that it's phenomenal. They're bringing in colleges from all over the country. And it does seem like a large number, but it is 4 separate tournaments throughout the year.
Did you get a lobby from the American Red Cross on the village home tour at all?
Home tour, we got Home and Garden, House of Garden.
$500?
That
was it?
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions?
Call the question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it. Annexation? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have that report also. The committee recommended annexation of 2 vacant tracts of land, one on Johnny Dodge Boulevard, frontage road adjacent to Queensboro Shopping Center for proposed commercial use, and the other one near Old Georgetown Road, proposed for inclusion into a residential subdivision now under development. Committee also received a presentation on annexation plan accomplishments for 2013 and 14. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Bids and purchases,
No meeting, no report.
economic development,
No meeting, no report, Madam Mayor.
finance committee.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we did meet, and I have one action item. We received our fiscal year June 30th, 2014 financial statement audit for the town of Mount Pleasant, along with our single audit for the fact that we had received some funds for the fireboat. Mr. David Phillips of Green Finney Horton reviewed the audit with us. We received the highest approval for which you can receive on an audit, and great report. The town's finances are in really good shape, and we should all be proud of the job that Charlie and his staff have done. As such, I'd move that council accept this audit for fiscal year June 30th, 2014.
Have a motion and a second.
To Wando East. Right now, there's a fence, and she's concerned that people will just break through the fence, and she would like also a paved lit pathway for safety and convenience for residents of Wando East.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Any further comments or conversation from the council? We have an amended.
Motion to amend.
And the motion to amend was Mr. Smith's, and then we've heard some other comments from Mr. Farches.
Yeah, just a little bit of clarity from the applicant. You said that y'all huddled up and you looked at a drawing. Is that something you just looked at, or you feel?
No, we've been working on that constantly. We were just looking at what we can do to further increase the radius of that turn.
Okay, I just would add that I appreciate that. We all do, and anything you can continue to work in that effort is very much appreciated.
Yes, sir.
It feels like we're getting close here. The thing that perhaps we're gonna vote on, I thought that there were stub outs included in last month's, the first reading. Mr. Carrier added, or may have made, I don't know, started to get a little foggy and then is what's before us satisfied as far as the ingress and egress on the bike ped paths? Is there nothing into the Sneed Farm, but there is into the other neighborhood? Is that before us?
It is in the, for clarification, we have it in
Make sure we got that right.
the.
In the new,
It would need to be clarified, because
Yeah.
other than the current ordinance that's had first reading is, there shall be no vehicular or pedestrian connection to Lauder or Hunters Run rights of way and no interconnected to Sneed Farm.
So we would need to amend that.
Yes.
I'm sorry, when I said what I said a minute ago, I was looking for that to be included in what the amendment that Mr. Smith has made.
Okay.
So I appreciate Mr. Nichols pointing that out. So to
Sure.
be clear one more time, Sneed Farm does not want any vehicle stop or any bike path. But on the southern side of those neighborhoods, they want no vehicle stop outs either, but they want the bike path access.
And I've heard also now that they want it paved and lit.
Right,
Or
path
safe.
is paved and lit.
Paved with lighting. So a safe path to their neighborhood and vice versa. So we have the amendments laid out and the second that Mr. Smith made, and we're waiting to hear from Mr. Garch. Mr. Smith, it's
Yeah,
your
just
turn.
one was, so you only added the south side, bike ped lighted paths, correct?
Well, it must be clear is it to the three different neighborhoods on the south side?
Yes, one is to the Reserve, Hunters Run, and Wando East.
Reserve, Hunters Run, and Wando East.
Thank you, Lord. Great move.
Okay. All right, so you would need now to make your,
I amend my amended four to include five, that we've stated several times already.
and I think that was the second on the
You amend the second?
amended.
amended amendment.
Mr. Garch.
Folks, we trying to get this right. Y'all seem confused. Everything all right, Leah? Are we good or something changed? Speak now, or hold your peace.
I have a question, because I'm the property right next, I'm in Hunters Run.
Moment of reckoning.
Okay, do you have, for the record, we must hear who you are.
Stephanie Love,
And your address?
1702 Hunters Run Drive. My question is just, if they're having a particular path, because we didn't want to do things, so if they're not doing this, what does that impact on that?
Not vehicular common.
No, I know vehicular, but when you say a bike path and a walk path, you know, what exactly does that mean? Are there gonna be plans to let us see what that looks like? 'Cause we're worried about the lighting and everything.
Well, we have a standard in the town, do we not, Ms. Carroll?
We do have lighting standards, and this whole project will have to go through design review, so we need to make sure that this aspect of it is part of that review.
Right, and if you don't want lights in your path, I'm sure you can work with the developer to accomplish
We
that.
have the right to do that, that won't be mandated by you guys.
It's the design review board, you will have another opportunity to address that body.
And you'll see. But we just wanna make sure.
We wanna make sure we're including it.
Well, I don't know if Hunters Run, I don't know if the whole board has ever been addressed by it. I know theirs have, but I don't know if our HOA has ever had the full support in our little area, because we are the backside of that property. So,
Order, please. Yes, sir, Mr. Smith?
Madam Mayor, I would defer to the developers. It's my understanding at our last meeting, they did their neighborhoods walk. Can we hear from them, please?
Russ Seaman, 501 Wando Park Boulevard, Mount Pleasant. We're gonna pull up the concept plan. Basically, we got, mixed feedback from the neighborhoods. Nobody wanted the vehicular connections. A lot of people wanted the pedestrians. It seemed like, just without having actual numbers before me, there was more people that wanted pedestrian connections than didn't. That being said, I think we're being asked to connect to three different places right now, and well, it was to 3 neighborhoods, if that was the way I last heard it. Is that correct? There was actually 2 locations that made sense in looking at the aerials on what happened next door, and those are labeled on the current concept plan that's associated with the zoning. So it might be in the best interest to maybe point to those locations if you are to revise your amendment.
Okay, thank you for your clarification.
Thanks, Rose.
Are you ready with your amendments, amendments to the amendments, Mr. Smith?
I have no further amendments. I'm looking at the plan here, I see the 2 stub outs that are there, and I apologize, I don't know where the 3rd neighborhood fence, I heard a reference to a fence that's there now. So I'm not prepared to talk about the 3rd stub out, bike connection, rather. I always thought it was the 2, and the 3rd was the Snee Farm, is what I always thought it was, and it's been clear to us that Snee Farm is not, and the 2 that I have only always seen there have said they want it, so it would be there. So, Councilman Garch, could you help me identify where that 3rd one is for consideration for my amendment? I'm prepared for those 2.
Yeah, I'm not aware, I just learned tonight also that there were 3 that were wanted. I was under the understanding that the 2 that were being offered could handle accessing the 3 different neighborhoods or 3 different areas.
Is that true?
That's what I'm learning. You might have to go from your neighborhood over to the next one to use it, but that's my understanding. Folks, I would tell you, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah.
This is good. I like to talk.
Madam Mayor, that's my
That's
motion.
It's all great discussion, it's all worthwhile.
Absolutely, Mr. Nichols.
Let me call a question.
So,
As it is,
okay.
with the 5 amendments.
Okay. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
And then it's carried.
Final reading ordinance number 14084, an ordinance.
Wait, no, we have to go, that's on the end of it, we said go back to the original, I'm sorry, we have to go back to the original motion. So, calling back to the original final reading, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay.
Final reading ordinance number 14084, an ordinance to rezone 2 tracts of land located on US Highway 17 North and James Nelson Road from MF Multifamily Residential District and AB Area Y Business District and PDMUSU Plan Development Mixed Use Suburban Urban District.
Thank you very much. Moving on to committee reports, accommodations tax advisory committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have action items required here. So the committee met Thursday, December 4th, to make recommendations for 8 funding requests for the committee received applicants. Current balance is $56,000. Council will receive a summary of the request. The accommodations tax advisory committee's recommendation for funding of 8 requests, which total $32,750. If council accepts the committee's recommendation, this will leave $23,891 balance remaining of the fiscal 14-15 request. As such, I move the council approve the funding recommendations totaling $32,750 for, here are the items, the 8 specifically: Civil War Sequestennial. There you go, thank you. $4,000. Harris Teeter Shootout, $1,500. Southeastern Wildlife Expo, $6,000. Mardi Gras, $750. College of Charleston softball tournaments, $10,000. 68 Annual Festival of House and Gardens, $500. Vietnam War commemoration, $8,000. And the Dunlap Junior Tennis Tournament, $2,000. And for report only to conclude, the first quarter revenue payment for fiscal year 14-15 was received totaling $255,140.99. This represents a 4%, Madam Mayor, increase from first quarter 13-14. Committee was notified of the new Hilton Garden Inn is expected to open in March 2015. That concludes my report. And I make that first part in the form of a motion. Second.
I have a motion to second. Mr. Carrier has a question.
What was the $10,000?
Thank you, College of Charleston softball tournaments, and that's 4 tournaments, not one, that's 4 individual tournaments at $2,500 apiece.
Held over here.
Correct.
Over the picture.
And I would tell you that it's phenomenal. They're bringing in colleges from all over the country. And it does seem like a large number, but it is 4 separate tournaments throughout the year.
Did you get a lobby from the American Red Cross on the village home tour at all?
Home tour, we got Home Garden, House of Gardens.
$500? That's it.
Thank you. I have a motion and second. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the ayes have it. Annexation? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have that report also. The committee recommended annexation of 2 vacant tracts of land, one on Johnny Dodge Boulevard, frontage road adjacent to Queensboro Shopping Center for proposed commercial use, and the other one near Old Georgetown Road, proposed for inclusion into a residential subdivision now under development. The committee also received a presentation on annexation plan accomplishments for 2013 and 14. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Bids and purchases?
No meeting, no report.
Economic development?
No meeting, no report, Madam Mayor.
Finance committee?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we did meet, and I have one action item. We received our fiscal year June 30th, 2014 financial statement audit for the town of Mount Pleasant, along with our single audit for the fact we had received some funds for the fireboat. Mr. David Phillips of Green Finney Horton reviewed the audit with us. We received the highest approval for which you can receive on an audit, and great report. The town's finances are in really good shape, and we should all be proud of the job that Charlie and his staff have done. As such, I move the council accept this audit for fiscal year June.
Again, it's been a long night. And then finally, folks, it's happened already once this year. An agenda item was put on the agenda. A second did not happen. And it was DLA. We never got to discuss the item because A, in my opinion, it's not shopping for votes. It's good governance and how the process works. a motion comes before us, it has to be seconded before it can be discussed. Guess what that means, folks, in reality? 2 people are required for any issue to even be discussed. So in my opinion, I've seconded this, as my final comment, and I'll stop at this point, unless I saw out for clarification that I haven't made myself clear on any of those issues. This is not going to be supported by me for 3 people, but I appreciate you reducing that down to 2 because that's in line with good governance. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Santos?
Yeah, I just, since Mark mentioned me, I'd like to go ahead and talk about that for a little bit. You have every ability in the world to go to planning committee, any kind of committee, sorry, I mean planning, but any committee that you want to. That's your right. I mean, if you ask me something and I recommend it to go to committee, fine. But that doesn't mean or minimize the ability to take it to council meeting. There are issues that, and before I've had it where I've come to committee before and I was refused, so I came to council with it. Every council member should have that opportunity to come. It shouldn't be required to go there. And the fact that I didn't get a motion on my, the first time that I asked for the motion, I didn't get my second, that's okay. If this council decides they don't want to give it a second to Don, that's fine. It's no harm, no foul. So I don't think that requires us to have to go through everything through committee. I mean, if you came up with something and nobody liked it, we didn't give you a second, it died, fine. We move on. That's government, but you don't change the rules because of it. I mean, that makes sense to me. We represent the citizens, each and every one of us. We don't run as a team, we don't run as a group, we run as individuals. And we should have that individual opportunity to represent any one of our citizens. And by limiting it and making us to have to go and shop around and get somebody to second us, to me, just is not fair. Now, secondly, you talked about committee. Those committee meetings are held in the morning when people are working. They're not filmed. People don't have any idea what we do until the minutes come out, which are just before our council meeting. So people really don't have a good opportunity to read it and ask questions because they're working and we're not. If you really want to be open and honest with committee meetings, what if you let North Charleston have at night? So if people want to come, they're off work, they can come. They can watch it on TV. But when you hold them in the morning and people are working and don't have an opportunity to come see it, I keep hearing all the heavy lifting's done in committee. But people don't get to see that. They're not a part of it because we do it in the morning while they're working. So we can have an option. Let's do them at nighttime if you want to, so people have the opportunity. They can watch it on TV. They can watch it on TV.
That is absolutely hypocritical in one side of your mouth out the other. You can't tell me that you want the citizens to be there and they're working hard and they can't make it to the committee meeting, but then I'm going to bypass and circumvent council all year so I can put a big show on for the video cameras and have everyone out here put the same information out with no information coming back. It is absolutely hypocritical. The only reason we're here, Madam Mayor, and having this discussion is because one council member continues to circumvent the process every single month. He says that he contacts Thomasina Stokes Marshall in one case, another committee. I would venture to guess that Ms. Stokes Marshall is not a liar, and when she said she didn't receive the request, she did not.
So you called me a liar?
I am speaking.
You called me a liar? Are you calling me a liar?
No, I'm stating the fact of what happened.
And you better choose your words carefully.
As a request, simply use the project, or the process, and it has been ignored. Every single month, for the entire year, we've had to endure this. And although I don't agree, Madam Mayor, with your selection, I applaud your effort in that you put this on the agenda for us to discuss and put it through committee so we can have open discussion on that and really call what I call in the committee a spade a spade. Something is placed on the agenda, it should go through committee. If that committee member denies it, or the committee chair, then by all means. I believe that when you circumvent that process, it removes the hype that associates with it by just throwing it on the agenda. Brings items up without background, history, fact, just hype. It eliminates staff input. Most importantly, it eliminates the public input to only 2 minutes. For those residents that have taken an oath and the information that we want and their input, we limit that. It presents a false pretense to them that they can come here thinking that we're going to vote on something because that's what's been passed around. And in fact, in most of the cases, we can't. It just simply goes back to committee. And it makes no sense when it was suggested to take something, put it up on the agenda, and then make a motion to send it back to committee. It does not delay the process to take it to the committee, have them vet it. 8 days later or 6 days later, it goes right up before the council meeting, the same as it would just have fact, not fiction behind it. We created an atmosphere of where I tried, and those other council members, they're not supporting my effort, which is baloney. I would be more inclined to support what you had suggested, Madam Mayor, without the 5 days, of making that a requirement for every council member. And then if I or other council members are denied, that is a right that we have to put stuff on the committee and on the agenda. I'm sorry, on the council meeting. And I don't want to lose that right, because I do represent the people. But in saying that, I use the process. Whether I agree or disagree with an item coming up, it deserves to go through the process. It places fact over fiction. It dilutes the hype, the misinformation out to the public. It allows for public input without any limitations. And it slows down the process of information so we can, or slows a bad word, it allows us to digest the information and make an educated decision based on the people that we have taken an oath to represent. Because in that oath, we took it. And it said very clearly, exercise the trust reposed in me to prevent or preserve the peace. And when we continuously circumvent the process, we ignore that oath. And in the end, it hurts the people that we have taken an oath to represent. And that is the residents. So I would support, without the 5-day, your motion. However, Madam Mayor, although I do applaud your effort in bringing this to the table to stop all the shenanigans, I believe that eliminating our ability to put something on the council full agenda is not the right course by any means.
Thank you.
As an individual.
I appreciate that, Mr. Glassman. The reason I suggested 5 days is a staff issue. It happens over and over again, and when we get a council agenda put on us that we receive at 4:30 on Thursday afternoon, this hardworking staff scrambles to come up with some information that we can discuss and answer questions to. That's part of my problem with it coming up without any notice on a late afternoon on a Thursday. The reason I suggested 5 days was really to give staff the opportunity to put the information together so that they could answer questions and they could provide us with reports that would let us make educated, good decisions. Yes, sir, Mr. Smith.
Just one seeking clarification, Councilman Glassman, when you talked about limiting the public, were you specifically talking about the time, 2-minute time limit that's allowed here? I'm just seeking clarification.
We're so bent on the public input. Why put something with no fact, background information, or history in front of council to make a decision and mislead the public that we're going to make a decision, and then bring them up for a whole 120 seconds? How ludicrous is that we have to try and explain that it's been brought up without any fact, without any staff input, bring it to the committee, let them have hours to speak. We spent 2 hours in PLJ. What an amazingly great time. Did I agree with everything that was said? No. But no one's coming to steal my kid at night. So I enjoy that public input, and we receive all kinds of positive and negative feedback. You know what? That's what we're here. We're paid to listen and represent what they want, not what we want. And we cut it off, and we are hypocritical when we do otherwise.
Thank you. Mr. Nichols?
Okay, I'm gonna, okay, do that. Madam Mayor, as you know, from last week's committee meeting, that I was probably in the minority and was not supportive of your proposal, although I think it was coming from a place to go along with your requests for efficiency and so forth. Pardon me. I stand by that same position. I posed an out loud question, and that is that, or a rhetorical question. I don't think that the system in place, whether it was the system that we've been operating under, and this is my 3rd year, this past year, or my 1st or 2nd year, is broken. I think that the system works quite well. In only a few instances have folks utilized the option, which is what is provided for by our law, to, with appropriate notice for any council member, to place an item on the agenda without having to go before a committee. I would think that 95% or more of the items that have come before this council have gone through the committee process. I stated at the police legal judicial meeting, and I'm not going to restate it. I hope everybody who's interested could download those minutes and read them. There were many members of the committee who offered very interesting and positive comments, and lots of members of the public who were there. And of course, folks weighed in from all sorts of different angles. I don't believe that the system is broken. I do not believe that any member of this council has circumvented the system in any method. The rules that were in place were adopted for a reason, and a case has not been made to me personally, and I put on my lawyer hat, to make the change, whether it's to require 1 or 2 additional members of the council in order to obtain and be able to place an item on the agenda for full council without going through committee. What I was most interested in, and it did catch my attention, and I'm not sure it's written like this right now, and what I would be supportive of, and I think Councilmember Glasson, and I think Councilmember O'Neill, and if I misspeak, I apologize, did speak about whether that we should take a look at our ordinances that would require a council member to first go to what he or she perceives as the appropriate committee and ask that chair to place an item on the agenda. I have not personally experienced that as having a problem or impediment whatsoever. If, however, that council member's request is refused or swept aside or it's forgotten, I think that the option should remain available for a council member upon due notice. And I do think, and I agree with you on this one, Mayor, that due notice is not what I think is right now Thursday before the Tuesday meeting. I just think that is a short time period, and I actually would support the following kind of construct. And the construct would be that within X amount of days, 5 days, 7 days, make them business days, whatever, that should the council member have availed him or herself of the going to the committee chair routine and that didn't work out for some reason, that council member then give that information to staff. And ideally, that council member would also reach out to the rest of us. I don't think they'd have to be required, give us a heads up saying, I intend on placing X information on the council agenda. And in today's world, unlike even 20 or 30 years ago, the ability to collect information about an issue and to get up to speed, if you will, maybe not every nitty-gritty detail, but the big picture issue, you can get through spending an hour and a half or 2 hours on Google, Bing, or just accessing our Unbelievable Town website to get a lot of information. So I don't know where this is going tonight. I will not be supporting the proposal that's before us. I am more interested in allowing council members in this strong council form of government the option to get something on the council agenda. I have no objection if there is a rule or sort of a mandate put into place that first he or she goes to a committee chair and try that process. Bless you. If that's a compromise or a reasonable change, I'm wholly in support of that. I also want to urge us to caution here. He said, she said, I think, are you calling me this, that? Let's have it on an intellectual level of ordinance, discussion, access, and the ability to represent our citizens. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. In a nutshell, that's basically what I'm presenting. What I have asked us to do is to vote on what was brought forth out of committee, which was that it would require 3. So that is the council member that suggests to put it on an agenda, plus 2 other councilmen. We would have to first approve that motion, and then at final reading, we would come back. My suggestion for Amendments to that would be that a town councilman or woman must put on they must put the item, or request an item get put on a committee first. If that committee chair says no, and that has to be in writing, that's no he said, she said, that has to be presented in writing to the committee chair plus the town administrator. So there is a record. So you can't call me and say I did or I didn't. So it is a trail. After that, and I suggested that that be 5 days before. And I think 5 days is a reasonable time for staff to prepare information needed.
Madam Mayor, are you speaking 5 days before the committee meeting?
Committee meeting. Now, if that chairman says no, I think that single council member on his own should certainly have a right to take it to full council. Because it has to be fair, because a committee chairman, there are differences of opinion, and I don't think that the committee chairman should have the last word. If a council member has gone through the process and said that they wanted to do this, then they would say, that's not fair. Thomasina Stokes Marshall will not hear it at plan. I intend to put it on full council.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Can I follow up? And I think I either misheard or that's slightly different, because the first time I thought it required still, under that scenario, if the committee chair wouldn't put it on their agenda, that it still would require a second person.
I'm getting there. That's the next teeth in what I would suggest the ordinance is. And I say that the ordinance, and I'm not parliamentary here, I would certainly have to ask Mr. Pagliarini to create this ordinance. But I think that if there's also another part of this, you can take something to a committee and you can lose in committee, so to speak. So if you took an item to committee and your whatever you wanted to bring forward was denied, then I think you would have to bring another council member with you to bring it back. I'm trying to create some teeth in this ordinance. I would certainly have to let Mr. Pagliarini do it. I am not trying to take away anything. I'm trying to get items to committee, and I'm trying to give us time, and I'm trying to keep this a civil process. And I would also, I have to also tell you, I did not come on this by my own. I looked at every other community close by, different forms of government, and the way different communities do it. And I'll have to say, Waterworks went through this exact same thing. They have done the exact same change within the last month. Am I not correct, Mr. Smith?
Correct.
And they did it because it's more, their committees are much more effective because they were facing an issue that was similar to ours. They were coming to a council meeting and either had not had time to study or prepare for an issue or didn't know where an issue came from, or the issue was dying with no discussion. And there was a lot of concern about how that went. I've had other conversations. The city of Charleston, you have to have 3 or 4 and you have to write your own ordinance. I mean, of course that's a different form of government, but I looked at similar forms of government as ours. A town of 75,000 people, this is a very adequate rule. This is, if we were a small town, it might make some difference because we wouldn't be here at 9 or whatever time of evening it is because I can't really see the glare. I think that we would have gotten our work done in committee. We would effectively and efficiently come, and the citizens would all have had an opportunity to talk. Would that mean that we would need 2 full days of committee? Maybe, but that's the way it's set up. Every Monday and Tuesday of the month, my calendar is marked off for committee. It has been since I was elected to town council. I hope that answers some of your questions, and I have Mr. Smith. Ms. Stokes Marshall hasn't spoken for us. Would you mind if I recognize her first? Thank you. Sorry, it's late, testy.
Madam Mayor, my fellow councilman, I would just like to say, as we address this issue, the bottom line is it's about respect. Respect for each other as fellow council members and treating each other the way we would want to be treated. The process that you have described has worked very well throughout the years. It's only gotten to this point because, and I don't mind putting myself out there as the example, all right? There was a request made for an item to be placed on the planning committee agenda. The request did not come to me. If it had came to me, there's under no circumstances would I have denied. It did not come to me, and that's how this came about. I give respect to everyone at all times.
Thank you.
And let's call it what it is. It's about respecting each other.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes Marshall. Mr. Smith?
Madam Mayor, thank you, Ms. Stokes Marshall. Sometimes I think in politics one might perceive lack of respect because they don't get support for an issue, and just because I don't vote on your anyone's ordinance or proposal has nothing to do with if I'm your friend or I like you. It's just that I don't like your issue and I don't support it. So I think there's a delicate line that's happening there. That's just my comment. My question would be, Mayor and council members, outside of this one incident where, let's just say, there's a disagreement, is there a history of these issues before that council members have asked committee members to put something on there and they've been denied? I'm just looking for a little answer for some history while we're debating and vetting.
Not in my experience.
Did anyone give an example? Has it ever happened? Long time?
Not in my experience. Mr. Glasson?
Well, I didn't take it personally.
Maybe I denied something
No,
to you.
it was. It was a couple of years ago, I requested something to go on Mr. Carrier, he didn't like it, and said that he didn't feel it was appropriate, and we put it up for full council, and it got voted down 8-1. That was the sole vote, yes. And perhaps he has some, but
it did happen.
But it did happen. So, you know.
That's fair, that answers my question.
And it made the issue, and I knew that it didn't have a lot of support, but let's get it done, let's push it through, and the vote was done, and it's not.
Thank you very much. If there's
And I
no
still
other
like Mr.
comments.
Carrier.
Yes, sir. Mr. Barch, I will refer to you since you haven't spoken on this issue.
Thank you, ma'am. What you proposed tonight, as far as 3 council members come together, and I heard what you said, that you would look at amending that. I'm not in support of that, but I will vote for it so it can move forward. Because next month it'll be second, it'll be old business, it'll be the front part of the meeting. So all these good folks that are interested in it won't have to wait as long. I'm, a lot of talking tonight. I've been blessed to serve this town for 14 years with a couple of different interruptions. And not one time have I run across where I wasn't able to pursue something that I wanted to pursue. This form of government demands that we go to our committees. It's how it's set up. That's not my opinion. Our council members clamor over the years to make sure they have the power and they have the authority to have their committees. And therefore, they want to do what they want to do on those committees. And like I said, I've been blessed to be able to pursue those things throughout the years. This past year, no complaints at all. I'm not a chairman of anything. I serve on 2 committees. I'm not fazed by that. Just march on. Tonight, in my opinion, in 13 months, this was the best council meeting that we had on some items having to do with the planning committee. That came from the planning committee, which I don't serve. Sometimes I'm able to sit in those meetings. Sometimes I'll say something. Usually I can't make it. I commend you guys because I did that for years. But tonight we had great dialogue. It seemed to, I realize the old sentiment about getting all our work done in committee. I agree with all that. Sometimes there's just certain things that you don't think of at the time that generate questions, like we had tonight, and they led to good results for us. I just say this to all of us. Yeah, Gary, you're right. We're all individuals, but we're all on the same team. And at the same time, that doesn't mean you have to give up your thought or your free will to do what you want to do. No one's ever asked that. I don't care for the word, and I've heard it several times. 14 years, and I've heard this past week and a half the word shop 5 times in 14 years. Shopping for votes. I don't know where that came from, shopping for votes. Because last time I checked, if you wanna pass something around here, it takes 5 folks to do it. And, if you want something, I guess you're gonna go shop 4 other folks to get done, huh? I don't think that's the case at all. So I just, wish we would refrain from terms like that, shop. That's not the case at all. If you wanna go ask somebody, hey man, this is what I'm looking at, what do you think? Here's the pros and cons, because I'm gonna second you. Because Gary will tell you over the years, I've seconded many of his motions that ended up voting down. But I seconded it so we could have a dialogue. I'll do that all day long. So we can get into more of this discussion as we think about it when we come back in January. But I will tell you this. There is, unfortunately, a body in this county. They don't have any organization. They don't have a structure. And it's all based on individuals. And you don't know what's going to happen until that meeting starts. And it's one of the most embarrassing, and hopefully it's going to change. It's one of the most embarrassing boards that you can go witness a meeting. And it's right down there at 75 Calhoun. And no, I'm not saying that we're anything like them. Last month we were close. But we moved on from that. We're so much better than that. And there's so much more we can accomplish together. We all know that. So I look forward to hopefully a vote here that will get us to have a second reading. And that's, again, I will support, Mayor, what you put out there. I will not support it next month unless we severely amend it. That's where I stand on that. And I'm always about the process. I'm always about the structure. Y'all have heard me from the 13 months about honoring the process, honoring the system. I'm an old tried and true guy when it comes to that stuff. And it just works. So glad to be here, glad to serve with you guys. And, I don't care how late we stay. It's all worth it.
I don't either, Mr. Garge. That was my statement. It didn't matter how long town council meetings were. I do have someone signed up to speak. Mr. Nichols, do you have another point?
I do have another point. And that's just something else to consider. No one has circumvented the system because nobody has utilized or attempted to do something that isn't provided for by ordinance. I think that's any innuendo that anybody up here has tried to circumvent the system needs to be just set aside. One reality is, by the way, that not all our committees actually meet each month. Obviously, the big ones, planning and so forth, do. And there might be the occasion where that committee isn't meeting, or yes, a certain council member, one of us, may decide because of the makeup of the composition of the committee that they don't, and they're not on that particular committee, by the way, that they don't necessarily want to run something through that committee because there might be a negative result or a beatdown that comes out of that committee. And it is influential to have committee votes that come before us that are 4-0 or 3-0 or 3-1. I mean, I think statistically, never done it, a regression analysis, but I'm pretty sure that you would find that the body as a whole probably falls right into line almost all the time on those kinds. Not every time, I'm sure there's exceptions. The issue that the thing that I would like to have put in that I don't think is required, and y'all can correct me, is I don't think it's required for a council member to request a committee chair to put an item on there. I think we do that by tradition. It makes sense for all the reasons that y'all have said. It makes a lot of sense to me. I'll agree with Gary, I'll disagree. I don't like when our committee meetings are scheduled, and that's a debate for another day. That's not what this debate is about. And I don't like some of the access issues, although when we get our new town hall up in this beautiful location right here, a lot of access issues will be resolved through the use of technology. So that's a good thing. I just think that a referral, rather than a voting, and I guess there's two ways, and they're both parliamentary ways. Mr. Garwich is suggesting he's going to support this, but boy, next month it better, there's going to be some changes. from his view, or we don't have to have one. This can be referred back to police, legal, judicial, where there we could ask between now and next month's POJ committee that our corporate counsel design a statute that provides for mandate of council members to send something to a committee chair and possibly enlarge, not possibly, I agree with this one, enlarge the scope of time. I think that's really important. And the only part where I still disagree is requiring the second person to support something be placed on the general agenda. So this discussion today is, I think, I'm feeling like this entire council is a lot closer on this issue, and it turns out that once we breathe a little bit, that I think there's much more agreement on here than what came out of a very heated meeting last week. And so I'm encouraged, and that's what I have to say.
Well, thank you, Mr. Nichols. But as chairman of this board, I will be calling for a vote tonight, and I will be asking this council to support the motion as it's presented, and I will be asking our attorney and a parliamentarian to have an ordinance drafted before final reading, and if the votes are there, the votes are there. That's the way this form of government works. Ms. Tucker, I believe you're signed up to speak. If you would come to the podium, please, and state your name and address, and you have your due 2 minutes. You're still bundled up in all this heat?
It's cold now.
Oh, is it?
We didn't crank it down, it was warm earlier.
I was at the committee meeting, and something I would like to say, as a citizen who is beginning to become involved. I had no idea there were committee meetings, when they met, that I could speak, that I could go there, that it was in any way convenient, that it's not in the middle of the day for me. But how many of your constituents know that they can attend a committee and speak? None, or the few who have been advised. Before this gets into the committee requirement, whatever, I believe that you need to educate your constituents as to what their rights are and find out how they feel.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. All righty, with no further discussion, call for the vote. Yes?
I'd like a roll call, please.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Carrier.
No.
Mr. Garrett.
Aye.
Mr. Glassick.
Aye.
Mr. Nichols.
No.
Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Santos.
No.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Stokes Marshall. Mayor Page.
Aye. And the ayes have it.
First reading, orders number 14095, an orders to amend chapter 30 of the Mount Pleasant Code of Ordinances by amending subparagraph B, section 30.34, pertaining to agenda submittals by council members.
Thank you very much. Also, under council new business, item number 7 is consideration of appointing a stakeholder task force to study building permit allocation, multifamily development, density, and mixed-use plan development. This also came forward by me. I would like to instead ask this council to support sending this back to the planning committee, and at the chairman's discretion to how she would hold meetings, make sure she hears from the Chamber of Commerce, the Young Leaders Group of the Chamber of Commerce, the Trident Home Builders, Realtors, Chamber of Commerce, and Save Shem Creek, as they've all indicated that they would like to have a discussion in group. So I would ask council to support that.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, a second discussion.
I just a quick question. When this was coming up during the planning committee, it wasn't a motion. So this is come to full council from the planning committee?
It didn't come forward as a motion because I believe it was a recommendation. I asked to form a committee of Ms. Stokes Marshall's, of her chair, but I don't believe they voted on it. It was just a recommendation.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Nichols?
Yeah. I attended the planning committee meeting, and I'd like to be corrected if I was wrong. I do recall that Councilmember Smith made a motion to, I guess it was in essence, deny the permit allocation system proposal, but to appoint a stakeholder task force to study, in particular, density and bonus density. And I'm just wondering if I understood that correctly. And then that did not, I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
Thank you for clarification, Mr. Smith. Absolutely.
Chris, you're correct. We got to that point, and if you remember, I withdrew the motion based on the anticipation of a committee being established and appointed. So there was no motion taken. I made the motion, it was seconded, and I withdrew.
Okay. So in follow-up, and maybe I'm just being facetious here, but it sure seems like item number 7 was an item placed on the agenda without having been run through the committee system.
It came through the committee, sir. It was a discussion at the committee, the planning committee. I didn't ask to put this on there. This came up because I suggested that we do this on further consideration. And talking with the chairman of that committee, I realized that this work is best done in committee. So I'm asking it go back to committee, not to planning commission, and not by an appointed board of individuals. I'd much rather let the elected body take care of it through the committee process, and I'm sure Ms. Stokes Marshall will do her best to get the stakeholders to the table. That's what I'm asking you to approve tonight. And I believe someone already made a motion to that effect, and a second.
Further discussion? A stakeholder task force, it's hard to be against that. I mean, it sounds like it's a good idea to get everybody involved. One thing that they could do is they could take a few weeks or a few months. And my concern is that there are a lot of things facing this council presently and down the road. And I'm very interested in, for instance, if the stakeholder task force was to report something to the planning committee and so forth, that somehow we get it teed up here to the full council level. I'm particularly interested in the bonus density issue and mixed use plan developments issues. And I'm wondering if there's any vision about how long, or is it one of those things that it will take as long as it needs to be, but not much longer, but the can be kicked down the road, and that's a concern that I have. And I'm wondering if anyone's had thought about that, and also who would be making the appointments to the stakeholder task force. Would it be this council, or would it be the chairwoman of planning, or what? Or is none of that even decided?
I think you have misunderstood, Ms. Nichols. Mr. Nichols. I'm asking not to have a stakeholders committee. I'm asking instead for support, and I have a motion and a second to this effect, that this go back to the planning committee, and Ms. Stokes Marshall, as the current chairman of that committee, will have the opportunity to hear from Save Ship Creek, the Chamber of Commerce, Trident Association of Home Builders, the realtors, any developers that would like to address that. That would be at her discretion with her committee, because I do believe that they need to have big discussion on this, and I think it needs to be through the elected body. So I'm asking you to reconsider it. I do have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. Yes, sir, Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I heard you speak about developers and everybody just now, but I didn't hear you say anything about citizens. Are they going to be allowed to be on this committee as well?
Well, it's not I'm not asking to form a committee. I've asked them to all have a voice with our committee that is already in place, our planning committee. And yes, I stated Save Ship Creek. Of course, any other citizen that would like to come to that committee certainly welcome.
Well, I'd like to, in the planning committee meeting, I think everybody pretty much talked about these bonus densities. And we felt like bonus densities, at least everybody I've spoken to, is whether we shouldn't have them. that people are gonna come here and build here, developers are gonna build here, and we shouldn't be giving bonuses for people to come here and build. They should build according to the zoning and comprehensive plan, and by us giving bonus densities, we are putting more and more density into a project, which puts more and more cars on the road, more and more kids in our schools. And I'd like to offer an amendment to your motion, if that's appropriate. David, can I offer an amendment to the motion?
Amendments are permitted at this point.
Yeah, I'd like to offer an amendment that the council take action to remove all provisions within the zoning code that allow for additional densities in multifamily and single-family projects. This includes all bonus density provisions, increased densities achieved in mixed-use projects, and any other provisions that allow for densities above which is considered the base. And further, that the planning committee be tasked with recommending to council all necessary and appropriate ordinance changes to accomplish this.
Mr. Santos, I certainly appreciate that, and certainly will be a discussion that I think that the planning committee needs to have. I certainly could never support that amendment.
Well, it's my motion,
Yes.
it's not my amendment.
No, I need a second for his amendment.
But mine was the original motion, Mr. Smith was the second, so I'm not going to amend my motion.
Okay.
No, he's amendment, so if there's a second.
Yes. Is there a second
For
to Gary?
discussion, I'll second this.
Okay, so we have a second for his proposed amendment. Again, I will never support this amendment because we have done many things that have unintended consequences in the last year. I am certainly more than willing to discuss these issues at committee, and that's where I'd like it to go back. I won't support your amendment.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Gary, do I understand you, your amendment is to wipe out all of the stated items? You're looking for action tonight based on all those items tonight?
First reading, yeah. Yeah, to remove bonus densities, yes, future bonus densities. Not the ones that have already been approved, but future bonus densities. I don't think we need them. I think people are gonna build here, we have people coming, and I wanna see them built according to the zoning without having to give them bonus densities.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one follow-up question. At what point did you plan to make this motion? And I just wonder why you didn't take the liberty to educate us so that we could think about this and not have a split second to make such a far-reaching ramification.
It was discussed in planning committee. You were there, weren't you?
Not that we were gonna be taking.
We've got, the minutes will reflect that we did talk about bonus densities. Everybody had an opportunity to talk about it. I think Chris has it, I have it. I believe I have the minutes with me, and can show you. Yeah, I have the minutes here, they're highlighted, where we talked about bonus densities. You were there.
Yeah, so let's go there for a moment, Mr. Santos. We talked about the consideration you brought up of removing them, and then that was the end of the discussion. There was no staff vetting of the issue. There was no intellectual, unintended consequences. There was no discussion of that. You are correct. That one line item was on that statement, sir. You are absolutely correct in that. You are absolutely 100% wrong that issue was vetted, discussed, and talked about. It allowed me to make an educated voice tonight.
You were quoted as saying, Mr. Smith suggested that permanent allocation is not the direction the town should go, but bonus density and multifamily development should be further discussed. So I'm further discussing it right now.
Thank you.
Okay? That's your words.
Ms. Stokes Marshall.
It's ridiculous.
There were people that commented about the building, and we got to this because of the building permit allocation. That's what brought us to this, right? One of the things that became very obvious during that discussion is that when we talk about building permit allocation, there are many different stakeholders that's involved in that. And that's how we got to this, because we said as opposed to council sitting down and trying to make the decision, it's only right and proper that stakeholders that could potentially be impacted one way or another have the opportunity to sit down and collaborate to identify the pros and cons of the building permit allocation if it was redone. That's how we got this.
Yeah, I call a question.
This is a vote on the.
Gary's proposed amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so yes, we're calling for a vote on Gary's proposed amendment. Could you restate it, please, for us? Christine? Easily or not easily?
I would prefer that Gary restate.
Gary, that's fine. Gary, can you restate?
I certainly can. I made a motion that council take action to remove all provisions within the zoning code that allow for additional densities in multifamily and single-family projects. This includes all bonus density provisions, increased densities achieved in mixed-use projects, and other provisions that allow for densities above that which is considered the base. Further, that the planning committee be tasked with recommending to town council all necessary and appropriate ordinance changes to accomplish this objective.
Yes, we do have a procedural issue before we would change that ordinance. That's an ordinance change.
My concern is that these are changes, we need to advertise and have public hearings on these types of issues before council can just vote on them. I looked into in detail because this is something that I haven't addressed with the committee, but I just share that procedural concern with everyone before I would need some time to look at that issue.
So what would be our options going forward?
Vote for or against or continue the vote. I'm just.
It's first reading, we can always look at it before second reading. We can always I said we can always look at it before second reading. If we need to make some changes, we can.
Well, I'm concerned more about public hearings at planning commission level.
All right. So we can couldn't we do a public hearing between first and second reading?
No, not enough time, not enough notice time.
What if we deferred second reading until they had the public hearing?
I say we call for the vote, it's fine with me.
I just want to make sure procedural we're doing it right.
Well, absolutely, we have a motion on the table, an amended motion on the table and a second, and I will call for roll call, please.
Mr. Carrier?
No.
Mr. Garch?
No.
Mr. Glassman?
No.
Mr. Nichols?
No.
Mr. O'Neill?
No.
Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Smith? I'm sorry?
Sorry.
Ms. Stokes Marshall? Mayor Page?
No, motion fails. We have an original motion, and a second on the table from Mr. Gladson.
Yes.
And your motion is to approve my suggestion that it goes back to planning committee and that the chairman has the, autonomy to call who she wants to the table as stakeholders, including citizens of the town of Mount Pleasant.
Of course, citizens.
Of course, and I have a second for that.
Actually, Mr. Smith.
But it's,
Yes, a question?
you gotta be careful, in my opinion, how you just worded that. It makes it sound like you're giving the planning committee chairman the authority to call together a task force.
No.
I mean, just letting you know how it came out.
I'm sorry, but the suggestion is that she take it to her committee for discussion among the elected body.
Okay.
Are you more comfortable with that?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
And the motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on in the agenda, item B, old business. There is no old business to come before council. I do believe we have a need to go into executive session for some personnel issues. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion, a second, all in favor? We are in executive session. Yes, ma'am. I can, but I'll give you a second. Can you give me